Welcome to Today at Keeneland for Thursday, April 21st. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton with you. No rain right now. It was a bit wet this morning, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any more precipitation over the course of the day, and hopefully, knock on wood, for the rest of this week, as we've got 4 more days left this week, then 3 next week to wrap up the spring meet in 2022.
It's nice, though. It's not too cold, not too warm, so the rain should be getting out of here soon, but it did rain. It poured this morning, at least. The word from Mama G, she said it was pouring.
It was raining, yeah, for sure. Muddy and good is the listing that I've seen.
Do you know what today is? It is National High Five Day.
National High Five Day. Yesterday was what? National Banana Day? We forgot to work that one in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Isaac's coming with some good stuff. Also, quick reminder well, yesterday, how about the Toyota Supra High Five? Paid $3,500 in the nightcap with Norm's horse getting up in the last few jumps.
Credit to anybody who could have hit that. That was impressive.
We had 4 horses win from post 4 yesterday. As far as, here's a stat for you. This is Jeremy Plant coming with this, and he tweeted this out at Bet Keeneland, that Twitter handle. 8 upsets so far this meet at 20-1 or more, tying for the most in a spring meet since Keeneland returned to dirt. 10 such upsets occurred in the 2008 spring meet on Polytrack. So 8 horses at 20-1 or more. We had a $70 winner yesterday, Oxwood, and we've got a pick 6 carryover coming into the afternoon of over $41,000.
I feel like the track has changed so much, and it's because of the weather. I mean, you have to. That's a huge variable when you go from sleet, snow, to rain, to sunshine. So that's where we've been kind of seeing these crazy upsets come from.
As far as the jockey and trainer standings, just want to work this in. Tyler Gaffleone, he's 2 clear of Irad Ortiz Jr. and Flavian Pratt. He's got 12 to their 10, so they're 2 back. Tight race. Once again, in the trainer standings, Wesley Ward, a 1-win advantage over Chad Brown and Brad Cox. Wesley's got 7, Chad Brown with 6, Brad Cox with 6. So we've seen these races come down to the wire so often, especially in the trainer side of things.
And especially in the last week.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to be very telling. I feel like Brad's got a lot of entries. Chad, maybe not as many. But it's going to come down to the wire. We had an awesome day yesterday, as you mentioned, a couple of long shot prices as well. And
let's take a look back at yesterday. Race number 4, Simply Super, outrunning the Wesley first-time starter. This was the Clocker pick on the Clocker report here on Today at Keeneland, paid $14.80.
And in race 5, we'll move along to Golden Voice. This was a beautiful ride. You can see the jockey cam, just a rail skimming ride coming down the stretch. And this one, another one for trainer Mike Maker. It was a very close finish. We had a couple of close finishes, but in the end, Tyler Gaffleone with a masterful ride. Yeah,
back-to-back wins there, race 4 to race number 5. Kobe B., the Sale grad, getting the victory yesterday in race number 6. And kicks clear, making it look easy in the end for Dale Romans. And then Camp Hope in the feature.
Soares ran a huge race.
He did, and watching it a few times, the gray horse that you like,
Gray's Creek,
made contact with him, and it kind of pushed him down to the inside. And I think it got him in the spot that he needed to be, because he might have been back behind horses. But Camp Hope, he's 3 for 3 at Keeneland. 3 runs on the turf course, 3 victories. So back at his best and his best spot yesterday in that featured event, the Keeneland Sale graduate. So a good day of racing. We got another great day lined up for you today as well. Before we dive into the card, let's go to WKYT for the latest on today's weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to Keeneland today, keep in mind we're going to see some showers start to dissipate into the early afternoon hours, but temperatures hold on fairly mild. We get up into the mid to upper 60s across the region. Those showers should move out by late afternoon. Keep in mind, though, the track is going to be wet, so that's certainly something to think about, but this weekend looks to be even better. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake.
Appreciate that, Allie. So we'll see if we don't get any more weather over the course of the afternoon. That is the hope. We don't have the Wednesday Challenge side bet reveal. Normally it's here. They're going to save it. But I have a feeling I got you in the last race because I had Norm's horse.
On top?
On top.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
So that's my prediction. We'll find out later when we get to the side bet segment. But let's see our full card selections for the day. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now, and you can stay current. And all these picks, there are quite a few scratches out of my top 3 today. I think 3 or 4 races I had to readjust. But here we are.
I like the 1 and the 2 a lot today.
1s and 2s. There you go.
1s and 2s. We agree in race 2 and race 6. Besides that, we disagree. So We'll see how that goes today.
We shall see. 9 race card.
Hopefully one of us has a good day.
9 race card, and as mentioned, you can keep track of these picks by downloading that Keeneland Race Day app right now on your smart device, whether it be a tablet or smartphone. So the full card selections, we roll into social media. You can give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing. Same on Facebook at Keeneland and Instagram. And TVG2 today at Keeneland airs each and every day, each and every race day on TVG2. Download the Watch TVG app, and you'll have access to TVG2. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. If you don't have TVG2 on your cable or satellite provider, you can find it on the Watch TVG app. All right, where are we at? I'm losing track. Race 8. It's the featured event. It's the Shamrock Glen, and this is a very competitive field. You've got Go Big Blue Nation installed as the morning line favorite, sitting at 2-1.
And they actually recently purchased this mare out of the Keeneland January sale this year for $225,000 for Larry Johnson and Graham Motion. And, you know, rightly so. This mare has been effective going against Stakes Company, even graded Stakes Company. She is the class of the field. It's just a question of whether or not she's going to be ready off the layoff.
I'm going to the number 3 horse, Disappearing Act, coming in from the West Coast. This is a mare by Magician for Richard Baltus and Flavian Pratt, who rode this 5-year-old mare in her last race, who comes into this spot off of a 1.5-mile try. She gets a good draw today. Keep in mind they race 3 turns at the 1.5-mile distance here at Keeneland. But there she is. She's got the lead. She opens up by 2, but she gets run down by the best filly right now on the West Coast when it comes to these long-distance races, Nige Blanche. She has just been a machine, and you can see on this afternoon, she runs a good race. She's just beaten by a better horse, and you can see how far clear she is of the third-place finisher. She's in front by 6 in front of that third-place finisher. So shipping out this way, I think that she'll get a good trip from that inside draw. Flavian, as mentioned, he knows this filly. She puts her best foot forward for Flavian Pratt. You just have to look at her last 10 races and look at Flavian and what he gets out of this mare. So Disappearing Act on top for me in the feature. Then the number 8 horse, Gladys, the full sister to one of the all-time greats, Rachel Alexandra. She set the pace in that Tampa race. The Grade 2 Hillsborough was beaten by Bleecker Street, who's unbeaten in her career. We'll see if she can handle the distance, and we'll see what she's able to do from the outside draw. It's not a kind draw by any means, given the setup of this kind of race. And then Flanagan's Cove, you've got to respect her. She won't have a problem with the distance. She'll track off the pace and try to reel him in late with Joel Rosario. So those are my top 3, 3, 8, 4 in today's featured race 8.
I go to the full sister to Rachel Alexandra. You know what's weird when you look back at her past performances? She won at 11-1. She broke her maiden at 11-1 on the dirt. You would just think that she wouldn't be that big of a price, considering her pedigree, especially by Medaglia d'Oro. But Gladys has since tried the turf, and I think it's made her a completely different horse. And her last race was particularly impressive. But we'll go back and show you her race. This was when she finished 3rd against Grade 2 Company in the Hillsborough. The key point, look at the fractions that are posted. 23.2, 46.89. She was rolling in the first part of it, and there's no other race that day that you can compare to a 1 mile and an 1/8. I think there was a mile and whatever that weird distance is, mile 40 or something.
Right, correct, at Tampa.
At Tampa, and then a mile. She went faster in the first quarter and the first half than the mile races. You can't go that fast and maintain at a mile and an 1/8. So it was just unfortunate, especially considering that the turf was good, so it was playing on the slow side, so she went ultra fast. She can't go that fast today. The concern is that she can't harness that energy at this distance, that speed, so she's going to have to relax and go on from it. And I think Julien Leparoux is kind of a very suitable rider for her because he's just able to kind of put his hands down on her withers and get her to relax. That is the key. I think she's got talent, but she needs to figure out that speed, that natural speed that she has. So she is my top pick. I'm also going to use Flanagan's Cove, but in 3rd underneath, and then Go Big Blue, because at the end of the day, these long-distance turf races, the motto is class on the grass. You always have to consider the class, and she is by far the class of the field.
Careful with that motto. Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Flavien Prat has the mount on Disappearing Act. Tell me about her last race when she went a mile and a half for the first time. What impressed you in that grade 3?
Yeah, I thought she ran really well. Got beat by a filly that has proven that she was really solid in California and in Europe as well. I thought the distance was perfect. Didn't have any issue with that, so expect a good run.
How did she feel in comparison to when you'd been on her last summer in those first 2 rides?
Pretty much the same. She's always been pretty straightforward and handy to ride. So no, I mean pretty much the same.
She was pretty close to the pace in that last race. Do you think how she'll run best?
It depends on the pace. Last time the pace was really slow. It all depends about the pace.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat has the mount on Disappearing Act in the allowance feature.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Flavien Prat, for that information for the featured event with Disappearing Act. We're going to dive into our key races of the day now, and I'm going to take us to race number 7, maiden special weight, worth $100,000. And Falconet on the outside, morning line favorite 8-5. Gaffalione could be in line for a massive day. He might get some separation here today with the horses that he's riding as far as the jockey standings are concerned. And this is my top play. This is a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020. Paid $250,000 for her. China Horse Club, Windstar Farm. She's a Windstar Farm homebred. She was actually entered in a race 11 days ago. They opted to scratch her and work instead. She worked a half a mile in 49-4 here at Keeneland and now entered back and obviously running today. And she's raced one time. That was down at Gulfstream Park. She got played. She was second. And we're going to show you that race back going 7/8 of a mile. And she stretches out to her route of ground for the first time. And there she is in the China Horse Club silks to the outside. And as mentioned, she almost wins this race, almost breaks her maiden. And she comes up just a head short. Todd Pletcher, first time going a route. This shouldn't be surprising. But 24% win percentage. That is a very big win percentage. She's got the pedigree to go further. She's by the champion, Uncle Mo, from Bird at the Wire, that stakes winner, who's a daughter of Summer Bird, a Belmont Stakes winner. So the stamina pedigree is there for her to stretch out. Would have rather had a post position a little bit further in, but hopefully she can get off and get some position and get over a few lanes, because that will be key at this mile and 16th distance. But give me Falconet on top, followed by the 8 and 2. That's Friendship Road for Shug McGahee. The filly took a big step forward when they added blinkers to her last time out, and obviously she's going to race with them again today. And then Silverleaf down on the inside, getting back out to her route of ground as well, and she gets a good draw. She might be able to dictate. We'll see what Rosario does, see what happens down on the inside, but wouldn't be surprised if she's able to go from post 2 Silverleaf, the number 2 horse.
My best angle comes in that race a little bit later today, so I'll give my opinion when that comes about.
Okay.
Race 5, I thought was a key race. $20,000 claiming race, a mile and a 16th on the main track. Your lukewarm favorite is at 7-2, the number 9 World Party. And Simply Beguiled, the number 7 horse, was one that I wanted to focus on. This one for trainer Johnny Ortiz. So it really did take her quite some time to break her maiden. She finally did it last time out. And it was interesting. We'll actually take you back to her race here at Keeneland, going a mile and a 16th. She finished second this day, but while this is rolling, I wanted to mention her last race because I was there at Oaklawn. I remember handicapping the race, thinking, this 6 furlongs is way too short for this mare. There's no way she's going to win. She had this wicked rally from off the pace. She got up and she won at 7-1. Johnny Ortiz had 2 horses in that race, and he said, I really thought the other horse was going to win. I thought this was way too short for this filly. So the fact that he's back after that maiden win, stretching back out to an appropriate distance, and she still won going a distance that was too short for her, I think is a really positive sign. Correct me if I know you can't, but maybe Johnny can text me. I think she dropped the rider after the race too, which I think is, it's not great, but it was hilarious.
It wasn't hilarious.
She was fine
for the jockey.
No, she was fine.
Okay.
She came back. She was laughing. She was a little dirty. I think it was that horse. But anyway, the distance was too short for her last time out. Now she stretches back out to an appropriate distance. And I just thought that she might be a little sneaky in a race that is very, very tough. You have the number 9 horse World Party, who is that lukewarm favorite for Brett Brinkman. He's brought a couple of horses here this meet. He said he really hasn't had a lot of horses run at Keeneland, especially during the spring in the past, but what he's brought has been really good. So I think you have to consider that runner. And then the 3, Pleiad Lee for Michael McCarthy. I mean, the numbers figure for her. This is a very, very tricky race, and if you can get through this, good on you. It is the first leg of the pick 5. I thought it was a really tricky race. Not only handicapping it, but trying to figure out the pace scenario too. There are a couple horses that will show speed, but I don't know that can sustain going a mile and a 16.
Race number 5 started that late pick 5, as Gabby points out. So those are our key races. Want to dive into our Trip Note Pros segment here on Today at Keeneland. And Trip Note Pros is going to take you to race number 6, Hawk of War. If you're not familiar with Trip Note Pros, we urge you to check it out, Keeneland.com/TripNotePros. It's free to sign up for this information. Hours upon hours of dissecting races and trips goes into coming up with these comments, and this is just a small snippet of what you get for each of these horses. The number 3 horse, Hawk of War, was in a miserable spot for 3 furlongs, and the reward when freed up was a premature advance and then fighting a late running bias, a horrific trip that is understated in the running line. So race number 6, Hawk of War, will take you back to it. Down on the inside here is where Hawk of War sits, and this horse 3-1 on the morning line. So
you can see that steady going into the turn.
Exactly. Makes that early move, and horses, they do so well off the pace, it seems, on the synthetic more so than not. So at this point, flattening out after making that move, and we'll see if Hawk of War can take a move forward today in race number 6, moving back onto the grass. So finishes 3rd. So Trip Note Pros telling you survival mode against the bias, was best in that race in their opinion, and gets an upgrade as far as the rider in race number 6. It's going to be Luis Saez who gets the opportunity today. So Keeneland.com/TripNotePros. Make sure you go ahead and check it out and work that into your handicapping. Another great investment by Keeneland for you handicappers and horse players out there looking for the best information possible.
Can I do a Trip Note Unpro coming from the source?
Okay.
The 2, Eyes on Target, the other Mike Maker horse in there, had a horrible trip last time out too. So that's another one to consider. This one has Irad. I thought he was so much the best. It was against easier company, but he was practically running over horses. I mean, he probably should have won by a couple of lengths. He won by 3/4 of a length. So both of those Maker horses had bad trips in their last race.
I got the 2 on top. I got them both 1-2 in that race. I think that that's going to be a race that goes through the Mike Maker barn, race number 6. Time now for Clocker Report. They had the winner yesterday in the 2-year-old race, so hopefully you followed that one. Was a good price. But 6-1 in the end, I believe, was the price.
$14.
Yeah, there you go. So Logical Myth in race number 3, the first of 2, worked on the 2nd of April in 1 minute and 4. That was the 3rd best of 35. 3 Local Breezes were good. Gets top rider trainer 19% with blinkers on. And then how about Falconette? There we go. She'll be bet down based on this information from that outside draw. For Todd Pletcher, barn hitting on all cylinders, should get a good trip from outside post. Pletcher 24% with second-time starters, and mentioned his stats success with horses going around the ground for the first time, as she is. So Logical Myth in the 3rd. That's the 2 in the 3rd. Falconette, the 9 in race number 7. It is time now for our multi-race exotic plays, and we've got the Turf Pick 3 back in play here today. Going to make it a $54 investment starting in race number 4 with the number 5 horse Rockstar Row, who I do like a lot in that race, and Lyrical Poet for Wesley Ward, who should be able to break sharp and hopefully set the pace in there. As for race number 6, that starter allowance race, the 2 Mike Maker runners, the 2, the 3, and then Fieldstone, who I think has found a good spot here today at 5-1. And then in race number 8, the concluding leg of the Turf Pick 3, 3, 4, and 8. The idea, my top 3 there. You want to go Big Blue Nation in there, go ahead, but it's going to make it a much bigger ticket as far as the cost because it is a $3 minimum. So if you're playing the Turf Pick 3, make sure you ask for it specifically when you go to a teller. If you're playing on a self-service terminal, go ahead and look for the Turf Pick 3. You can't go to race number 4 and find it there. It's its own event is how it's described. So make sure you play the Turf Pick 3, a very popular wager in a very short amount of time as it was just introduced last fall here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good on Jim Goodman and his team for coming up with this concept.
Big returns from this wager, that's for sure. I'm going to take us to the late pick 4, and I'm going to single in the first leg of the sequence. It kicks off in race 6. You got to take a bold approach to this. And the 2 Eyes on Target, look, I could have used both Maker horses. My strongest opinion was on the 2 Eyes on Target. I'm singling that horse. It's kind of one of those scenarios, Scott, where you either single or you use 5 horses, and I can't afford to use 5 horses because I think race 7 is an all race. So moving along to the 7th race, that is that maiden special weight. I prefer Silver Leaf, but the 9 Falconet I thought was a use. Friendship Road isn't impossible. You kind of look at it, even Unbridled Bureau. I wanted an all button. Hopefully we can beat Todd Pletcher in there and get a price. In the 8th race, the 4, 6, and the 8. The 4 Flanagan's Cove, Go Big Blue Nation, and then my top pick Gladys, that full to Rachel Alexandra, and then the 9th and final race, just the 2, 4, and the 9 for $40.50. I think the late pick 4 structure is going to be all over the place for different people. Some people are going to want to hit the all button in the last leg. Some people might want to single Todd Pletcher in the 7th race. It is all about structuring this ticket today.
Yeah, at that last race, I would try to hit the all button. I ended up with the ticket that I've turned in elsewhere, a singling Pistol, the number 6 horse.
Okay, so you're flip-flopped.
But I think it's a race that it's all or nothing, really. And maybe that doesn't fully describe it. I mean, I ended up going with the single because, with Pistol, because I wanted coverage in those other races. But if you have an opinion or a way of hitting the all button in the last race, there's just not a lot of reliability in those races, right?
Know.
In that race. So that
I just didn't think that last race was good, like from a talent standpoint.
But what's she facing today? That's the thing.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's an easier spot for her, no question about it. All right, best angles. Going to go to race number 6, back to the starter allowance race, getting a lot of coverage here. You can see some scratches, 5, 14, and 15 out. Eyes on Target is the 5-2 morning line favorite. And this is that runner that you mentioned didn't have the best of trips, but still won for $50,000. I'm going to go ahead and box the 2, 3, and 4 in an exacta. I think that they're the most likely. And we'll go ahead and show that video of Eyes on Target in that Gulfstream race on the 17th of December. Back behind horses, but able to find a way through and get this victory. Even here, still searching for that seam, finally does get it with Junior Alvarado and is going to kick on clear. So hopefully she's able to find that clearance at some point in this race, and I think that we'll expect the same sort of effort and make her so good first off the claim, so good in finding these types of horses that can climb the ranks and what have you. But it was time for her to take that drop. I mean, that it was time for her to drop in for 50, get back into a good spot and a competitive spot. They lost her. She moves along, but Eyes on Target, boxing her with the 2, 3, and 4, just a $6 play today in race 6.
All right, I'm going to take us to the 7th race, the race. I know this is my best angle, but I still do think that this is a very challenging race. The 9 Falconet is the 8-5 favorite. With that post position, it might make her a little bit vulnerable, but emphasis on the might. It still is, red hot connections. She's got a lot of talent, but a lot of these fillies come out of the same race. Tiffany's Mo, the 1 horse, Silver Leaf, the 2 horse, and then Falconet, the 9 horse. From watching that replay, Silver Leaf, and we don't have it because you can't really see it. I had to watch it a couple times. Silver Leaf was deliberately taken back to last under Corey Lannery. And then the pace never developed. The pace completely held in that race. Horses that were more forwardly placed were more successful. Tiffany's Mo, the 1, and Silver Leaf, the 2, in race 7, I thought were both hindered by the pace scenario, whereas Falconet, the favorite, I think her performance might have been helped a little bit. So the 2 Silver Leaf is going to be the top pick because of even her first race. She went against horses like Oakhurst, who won a really nice allowance race here for Chad, and then Only Time, who won out of that race too. She broke her maiden out of that race. So Silver Leaf, I think the potential is there, and I personally love her stretching back out in distance. I think she'll show speed from an inside draw. Not an easy race, but that is my best angle. Keen the 2-9 and the trifecta over 2-5-7-9 overall for a $15 ticket.
All right, so there is the best angle from Gabby. As we move along here on Today at Keeneland, we're going to check in now with Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the afternoon.
Our Keeneland long shot play on the Thursday card comes in race 7, number 1, Tiffany's Mo. She ran okay first time out, may benefit with that race under her belt. She didn't take a lot of money, was favored in that debut race for Dale Romans, who had a winner on yesterday's card. Tiffany's Mo gets Joel Rosario from the rail, ran against Falconet last time, finished behind her that day, but maybe with that rail draw can finish in front 6-1, and maybe that'll drift up a little bit for number 1, Tiffany's Mo.
All right, the big reveal on who won yesterday. I think I was, 2 behind?
No, I think you were
Tie
one
ball
behind.
game.
You were one
Tie-
behind.
I was 1 behind. That's
Yeah.
right. Because So I tied it up. ROI. 760. We had the same horse there in the first one. And then I just start to draw away from this point on. Add a little bit more, race 7, and bring it home and race
Okay,
number 8.
hold on.
How about that? $43.20.
We need
What's
we need a
wrong?
little description along with this. Was this from his top pick?
Yes. That was the top pick for win and place. The Wednesday challenge.
Oh, win and place.
Yes.
I
know how the
I can't swear on
know
the
how
show.
You can, but you might not be back tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
That was a beatdown.
tie.
That was an absolute beatdown.
It's a tie.
All right.
That was a
What are we
beatdown.
doing today?
Wow.
You're the
It's
creative
embarrassing.
mind behind this program when it comes to
Okay.
the side
You
bets.
single pistol in the last race.
No,
I
here
did
we
not
go.
use pistol at all.
Okay.
Just straight up when I don't think pistol will win.
If that's what you want to do, sure.
Oh, you got something better? I feel like I always come to the party with ideas, but you just don't.
Well, I'll go ahead. How about this? It's a 2-pronged deal. I'll take pistol and falconet. Is that
Pistol and falconet. Okay, so but what's the? I don't understand.
just as far as, how about another ROI? The separator here. $2 to
You're
win
just
a place.
not that confident in your single. Maybe you shouldn't have.
I'm
singled.
not. I am not.
Pistol.
That's what I said. It's an all race. I don't think but it's also a race that there's not a lot to lean on. There's not a lot of reliability in that last race.
Okay, well, I'm not about the whole falconet thing because I mean that filly's supposed to win,
Okay?
so I don't think that's a fair wager.
We're running out of ideas right now, and we've got 30 seconds left in the show. Hashtag Team Scott, hashtag Team Gabby. This is what you're playing for at home. We're going to select a winner based on who wins.
What do you?
What did Isaac say? Race 8. Feature horse head-to-head.
Okay.
That works for me. That's it. For Gabby,
Happy
I'm
National
Scott.
High Five Day.
Enjoy today at Keeneland.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the bay.
Echo Zulu Parties. Life is good. Next go, a superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
When it comes to electrified vehicles, nobody has more models than Toyota. From the Prius that started it all, to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the affordably efficient Corolla and best-selling Highlander. And now, the first-ever Tundra Hybrid that delivers 437 horsepower and an estimated 22 miles per gallon. They all come with a 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For all the latest offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Blue Note to the Paddock. Blue Note is the newest University of Kentucky a cappella group and is open to all UK choir members. The group appears every year at UK choral concerts and are featured during the annual college holiday performances. Today, Blue Note is pleased first to present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the children are gay. 'Tis summer, children are gay. Tops ripe and the meadows in the blue, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. Today we will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away. The day goes by like a shadow o'er the home. A shadow with sorrow's delight. Was daylight, they sing no more by the glimmer of the moon. Oh, my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away. For my old Kentucky home,
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Angel Rosado with stewarding as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Angel.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse Paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the Paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor Clubhouse Paddock Dining Room and Clubhouse Tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the Paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the Paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Midnight JJ out for the early lead. American Smooth comes away up close in the opening strides, and Picasso is there down toward the inside. Midnight JJ, though, has the early lead and gets over next to the rail into the first turn. American Smooth goes second, 1 length off the lead toward the outside. Picasso saves ground around the turn. Savoy between horses. Fightville swings up 3 wide into fourth on the far outside within 2 lengths of the lead. And then further back, El Pekin is next to last against the rail, and Perfect Painting is the trailer, opening quarter 24.09 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Midnight JJ the leader, only by 3/4 of a length. American Smooth the second, a half length. Fightville, center of the track, is in third, less than 1 length separating the top 3. And now American Smooth starts to draw alongside of the leader at the midpoint of the backstretch, who is still Midnight JJ by just a neck. And then Picasso is tucked away closely in fourth, a length and a half off the lead back to the rail. Gap of 3 more lengths back of that one. El Pekin, Savoy, Perfect Painting at the back, 48.77 seconds for the opening half mile. Midnight JJ leading American Smooth, and Fightville, who's going to be wide again onto the far turn, in that third spot, now nearly 2 lengths off the lead, followed by Picasso, who's still toward the rail, still fourth, 3 from the front, and the leader, Midnight JJ, is at the quarter pole. Now Picasso has some running room and tries to take advantage of it. Moves up from fourth to third to second, swings to the outside, top of the short stretch. Here comes Picasso chasing after Midnight JJ. Savoy is third toward the rail, but 7 lengths away. Moving past the 8th pole now. Picasso pokes ahead in front. Midnight JJ is still there, though, and is fighting on toward the inside. Picasso and Midnight JJ and Picasso. These two coming down to the line with heads bobbing on the wire. Picasso gets there by a head over long shot Midnight JJ in second. Further back, Savoy was third, and then American Smooth. Official results in the winner's circle for the first. Number 2, Picasso. Owned by Peter Blum and trained by Mike Maker, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Picasso. They are at the post. And they're off. Mighty Matt broke last. There goes Stubborn Kind of Fella out for the lead. Stubborn Kind of Fella, quick out of the gate, quickly opens up by 2 lengths from the outside starting spot. Oxwood comes away running in second to the inside. Prince of Glory, third between horses. Southern Sense, fourth up on the outside. And then Bayou Shack is fifth back toward the rail. Drummond Base, sixth on the outside of that one as they enter the far turn. Go Virtual is seventh and running 7 lengths off the lead. Mr. Ghost is in 8th. Alfio is in 9th. And Mighty Matt, last of the 10 around the far far turn, 23.17 seconds for the opening quarter. Stubborn Kind of Fella against the rail, leading Oxwood by 3/4 of a length. Southern Sense 2 lengths off the lead in third, caught toward the outside to the top of the stretch. Bayou Shack is next. Now Go Virtual is angling toward the center of the track, still 7 lengths to make up on the leader who's in the stretch. Stubborn Kind of Fella has the lead, but here comes Oxwood again from the outside. Southern Sense is in third. Go Virtual still back there in fourth, still 6 lengths away. Oxwood has taken the lead past the 8th pole. Southern Sense is running, and Go Virtual is third on the outside. Oxwood is the leader, though, by 2 lengths at deep stretch. Go Virtual goes to second. Oxwood is in front. Oxwood wins it at 34-1 for Carlos Villasana. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Oxwood. Judy Woodbury, the owner and trainer. Carlos Villasana, the jockey. Oxwood, a 4-year-old gelded son of Oxbow, out of Return to Grace by English Channel, bred in Kentucky by Cal. They are at the post. And they're off. Roderick, and he's in charge. Broke alertly. King's Mischief is there in the opening strides up on the far outside, followed by King's Ovation, who comes away in fourth and now moves up in third between horses as they head up the backstretch. He's in charge. Down to the rail, leads it now by just a half length. King's Mischief second, 3/4 of a length. King's Ovation is between horses in third. Roderick backs away down toward the inside in fourth by just a neck. Carmel Bay, fifth on the outside of that one. Super Comet going to be wide. Next to last in sixth, heading onto the far turn, 4 lengths off the lead and trying to move up on the far outside, and Grove Daddy is last. 23.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. He's in charge, leading King's Mischief by a half length onto the far turn. Roderick is toward the inside and third, looking for more running room from there, though. It's just a length off the lead. Super Comet toward the outside is fourth, 2 lengths from the front, followed by King's Ovation, and then Carmel Bay and Grove Daddy at the back as they move for the top of the stretch. He's in charge, King's Mischief, on even terms for the lead. A gap of 2. Roderick is in third, still looking for some running room from there as they turn for home. King's Ovation, Super Comet on the outside, and now Roderick tries to find room to try to come after. He's in charge, who's got a 2-length lead at the 8th pole. Roderick has room now, but is still second. King's Mischief third, King's Ovation fourth. He's in charge, the one to catch. 3-length lead for He's in Charge. Roderick is still trying, still second. He's in charge. Flavian Pratt to win it. He's in charge. Roderick was home second, and then it was King's Ovation up for third. King's Mischief was fourth. For Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 4, He's in Charge, owned by Paul Braverman and Timothy Pinch, trained by Al Stahl Jr. They are at the post. And they're off. Talkin' Pharaoh and Sergeant Counselor come out 1-2. Simply Super is away running in third. Baytown get it on fourth. Late September comes away running in fifth. Mariachi Crush is in sixth. Abinadi next to last for the move around the far turn. Abinadi seventh against the rail, nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 7 more back of that when Revere Note is last. Here's Simply Super moving up to challenge Talkin' Pharaoh, who's got the lead by a neck. Sergeant Counselor third on the far outside, 2 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. It is Talkin' Pharaoh to the inside, Simply Super there to the outside. These two matching strides, 5 lengths to the good past the 8th pole. Sergeant Counselor is in third. Abinadi is still far back. 16th pole, Simply Super ahead in front. Talkin' Pharaoh is fighting on, but second, Simply Super and Tyler Gaffalione. Simply Super getting up to win it. Talkin' Pharaoh was home second. Sergeant Counselor across the line in third, and Late September fourth. The official winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Lantern Hill, number 4, Simply Super. Owned by the Maxis stable of Sidney Carmia, trained by Mike Maker. They are at the post, and they're off. There's Golden Voice from the inside. Here's Dreamful from the outside. And Cuzzy Wuzzy up close in the opening strides as well. Freedom Bound moves up out in the center of the course, forwardly placed as they head into the first turn. Dreamful clears the inside traffic, though, and gets over to the rail to save ground around the turn with the lead. It is Dreamful on top by 2 lengths. Freedom Bound is second by a neck. Cuzzy Wuzzy third. To the inside, Isu fourth between horses. Runaway Rocket 3 wide and fifth off the turn. Golden Voice moves up 2 spots from sixth into fourth against the rail. Hat Tip out in the center of the course further back is in 7th. Silky Warrior 8th. Ewens is 9th. And Viburnum last of the 10 as Dreamful shows the way. Opening quarter, 23.36 seconds. Dreamful on the lead by 3.5 lengths up the back stretch. And Cuzzy Wuzzy goes second, a length and a half. Freedom Bound third, a half length. Golden Voice against the rail is in 4th. 5 lengths off the lead at the entry to the far turn. Runaway Rocket next up on the far outside. 6 lengths to make up on the leader for Runaway Rocket, who's now in between horses as Hat Tip swings to her outside around the far turn. And then comes Ewens down toward the inside, who's looking for running room from there with ground to make up, still 5 from the lead. And Dreamful to catch. Leads it by 2 lengths off the turn to Cuzzy Wuzzy, Runaway Rocket, Hat Tip far outside. And now here comes Golden Voice. Golden Voice has an opening down toward the inside. Ewens is trying to find some running room late. A late charge from Hat Tip is still back in 5th. Golden Voice up the rail to the lead. Golden Voice by a head. Dreamful is still fighting on the outside, though. And then Ewens is 3rd. Golden Voice, Dreamful, Ewens, then Viburnum at the line. It is Golden Voice by a long nose or a head for Tyler Gaffalione. Let's 5th race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Golden Voice, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff. Back-to-back wins on the card for the They are at the post. And they're off. Haney Boys broke alertly. El Segundo is there. Kobe B has early speed as well as they head up the back stretch. And now here comes Gray Wing to join that lead pack. Goes from 4th to 2nd. Gray Wing moves up, puts ahead in front. El Segundo and Kobe B right there as well. And Haney Boys now 4th down toward the inside. Drop Anchor, 5th between horses. Barstow is 6th down toward the inside. Looks for some running room. 1 lane off the rail. Captain Fantastic in 7th. Beep Beep is 8th. Notable Exception is in 9th. 23.03 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Gray Wing against the rail leads it by almost a full length. Kobe B is 2nd by a half length. El Segundo is 3rd and caught wide around the far turn. Haney Boys is 4th down toward the inside. Then Barstow. Captain Fantastic, who's 4 wide around the turn. 5 lengths from the lead. Just to the outside of Drop Anchor. Back up front, Kobe B up to challenge for the lead. Gray Wing is there to the inside as they turn for home. These two going at it as they move to the top of the stretch. El Segundo is 3rd and trying to find more. El Segundo moves up now to challenge Kobe B, who has just taken the lead from Gray Wing as they move by the 8th pole. Drop Anchor is still 5 lengths away, along with Haney Boys, the Notable Exception. Past the 8th pole, Kobe B, a 5-length lead. 16th pole back to Haney Boys, Notable Exception, then Captain Fantastic. It is Kobe B for Corey Lannery in front. Kobe B, the winner. Notable Exception rallied up for 2nd by a head on the line over Haney Boys, but that will be a photo for place. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Kobe B. Owned by Tammy Fox and Brereton Jones, trained by Dale Romans. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Glenn County from the inside with Like the King. Here's Invader moving up from between horses. Camp Hope is up close, and Street Ready comes away running in the 5th position. It's Invader, though, who has the lead now. Invader to the front by a length heading into the first turn. Street Ready moves up 2nd on the outside. Camp Hope gets over to the rail to save ground in 3rd position. Invader now clears with that lead, gets down to the inside as well. So Invader hugs the rail around the turn, leads it by just a length. Then Street Ready, second a half length. Camp Hope, third a length. Followed by Gray's Creek, who's in the fourth position. Glenn County, back to the rail, is in fifth, running nearly 5 lengths off the early lead. TD Dance is sixth in between horses. Pine Knoll is seventh upon the outside. Like the King is eighth toward the rail. At the midpoint of the backstretch, Beacon Hill is in ninth. And Argentello, last of the 10, 23.02 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Invader leading Street Ready by 3/4 of a length. Camp Hope and then Gray's Creek on the outside. The first half mile went in 47.32 seconds. Glenn County back toward the inside in fifth, still 5 lengths from the front. TD Dance is sixth, changing lanes to the outside now with just over 5 to make up on the front pair. Invader and Street Ready are the front pair. They go at it, and now Street Ready has the lead and neck. Invader still there to the inside. Here comes Gray's Creek to the center of the course. Camp Hope is in behind horses, has to change lanes. Glenn County in tight, in behind horses. And then comes TD Dance, who's got running to do, but is now finding the room to do it. Camp Hope up the rail. TD Dance is there. Late charge from Beacon Hill. Beacon Hill coming after Camp Hope. TD Dance between that pair. TD Dance, Beacon Hill, Camp Hope. Photo for the win in the feature. Keeneland's featured seventh race, the Whisper Hill, the unofficial winner, number 4, Camp Hope. Owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Art Heist out running for the early lead. Hearns is there. Now Fully Connected moves up. Fully Connected comes out of a crowd and goes to the front. Bruce on the Loose moves up into second. Art Heist is right there toward the outside. Lunar Rocket is fourth out toward the center of the track. Hearns fifth on the extreme outside. Isthmian sixth in between horses. Lapis Lazuli seventh back toward the inside, just 4 lengths off the lead. And then a break of 5 more lengths back to Kennedy's Bow in between horses. Right of Rush moves up 1 spot on the outside of that one. Kevlar next to last. Congrats to me, the distant trailer, 22.82 seconds for the opening quarter. Fully Connected leading Lunar Rocket by a length. Art Heist is third down toward the inside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Lapis Lazuli is in fifth. A margin of 7 more to Right of Rush, who's got some running to do as they turn for home. Top of the stretch. And Fully Connected still chased by Lunar Rocket. Still a length and a half between the top 2 to Art Heist. And then Lapis Lazuli, who swings toward the outside from fourth. Still 5 lengths from the lead. The leader, Fully Connected, past the 8th pole for James Graham, leads it by 2.5 lengths. Lunar Rocket in second. Lapis Lazuli is in third. It is Fully Connected. Lapis Lazuli runs on from the outside. Fully Connected. Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli looked to get there on the wire for Joe Talamo. Keeneland's 8th race, number 4, Lapis Lazuli, owned by Sunderland Racing LLC of Justin Cassie. The trainer is Norm Cassie, the jockey Joe Talamo. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is currently listed muddy. The turf is listed good. The rail at 15 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 begins the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also starts the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch the 6, Estilo Peligroso. Again, scratch number 6, Estilo Peligroso. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 4, Hippie Trail, and scratch number 7, Dominicana. Again, scratch number 4, Hippie Trail, and scratch the 7, Dominicana. Third race, scratch number 6, Nodaway, and scratch number 8, McFeely. That's in the third race. Scratch number 6, Nodaway, and scratch number 8, McFeely. Overweight, number 4, Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Again, that's an overweight, the 4, Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Fourth race starts the pick 6 with a carryover of $41,273. That fourth event, also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Be sure to ask for that wager by name. In the fourth race, scratch number 10, Dark Timber. Again, scratch the 10, Dark Timber. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, no changes in the fifth race. Sixth race is where the late pick 4 begins. Scratch the 5, Malibu Time. Also scratch 14, Invisible War. And scratch 15, Carmichael. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 5, Malibu Time. Scratch the 14, Invisible War. And scratch the 15, Carmichael. Please note, number 13, Of the Moment, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Of the Moment, draws into the race. There's also a jockey change in that sixth event. Number 4, Fieldstone, make the rider Joel Rosario. Sixth race, number 4, Fieldstone, make the jockey Joel Rosario. Seventh race, no changes. The featured eighth race. Jockey change on part of entry, number 1, Palace Athene. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. That's part of entry, number 1, Palace Athene, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Another Manic Monday. That's in the ninth race, scratch the 1, Another Manic Monday. Overweight, number 6, Pistol, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 6, Pistol, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Thursday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here on course and from home, as we get set for 9 races. The rain, thought it was gone, but it's sprinkling off and on. Currently, hopefully, we won't get any more of the heavy stuff over the course of the day. But the featured race is race number 8, a mile and a half on the turf for a stakes quality type of field. And
the turf is listed good. It was firm yesterday, but we did have some showers overnight this morning. And as Scott mentioned, it's still raining right now, but look for the wet weather to move out of here around 2 or 3 p.m. But this is the featured event. Go Big Blue Nation is your 2-to-1 favorite for trainer Graham Motion. They actually recently purchased this mare out of the Keeneland January sale this year, and she's coming in for the new connections off of that layoff her last race was against Stakes Company and the Zagora, but this is a deep field, a solid field of fillies and mares.
Disappearing Act coming in from Southern California, 3-to-1. Gladys on the outside, coming off of a stakes run that was very good down at Tampa Bay Downs. She's a full sister to an all-time great, Rachel Alexandra. So that's our featured event, race number 8. It's part of the late pick 4, late pick 5, as well as the pick 6. And that pick 6 begins in race number 4, which also is the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 4, 6, and 8 there. But we focus on the pick 6 because there's a carryover, over $41,000. Again, starts with race number 4, Post time for that fourth race, 2:36 Eastern time. Race 1, less than 19 minutes to post. We start the afternoon with a group of $10,000 claimers, 4 and up at a mile and 16, so first wire finish, and they'll be competing for a $32,000 purse. Double exacta trifecta, pick 3, and the early pick 5 begins here. Also, dime superfecta wagering available. Scratch the 6. We're looking at Mississippi, the number 5 horse for Ron Marquette, coming up from Oaklawn Park. Has a local workout here at Keeneland Racecourse. I gravitated in this direction because Ron Marquette has not run a lot of horses this meet. His main operation is down there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. So coming up here to Keeneland and looking for this spot, I think has got to be viewed as a positive, especially off of that second place finish. Seems like a pretty straightforward horse to me. Shouldn't be too far off of it, and hopefully can make a move around that turn and get a position for that short stretch run.
I did not use him in this race. I thought that, well, for one, he's going to be a short price. He's going to be 2-1, and I thought that this was a pretty deep field. So I wanted to go with a little bit better of a price. And 2, Scott, when was the last time this horse won? He didn't win this year. He didn't win last year. He's 3 for 35 on form, and his last win was a long time ago. So that was my concern in this very competitive field. But his last race was good, and that is definitely equivalent to what he faces today.
You've got the 7 on top, one that I did not include in my top 3. That's Irish Declaration, 5-1 right now. Does have a recent win. It was up at Turfway on the synthetic, coming from way out of it. Can he be effective doing that today in the short stretch?
It's definitely a concern. In the past, he has been forwardly placed. I like the price that we're getting at 5-1, excuse me. And this horse just knows how to win in a field where there are a lot of 3 for 30 horses, or they have a lot of starts and they haven't won in a very long time. I want a horse that has won recently and has multiple wins, 4-time winner out of 12 starts. And look at his race at Keeneland. The last time he was here in the fall, that was going a mile and a 16th. He finished 3rd, in my opinion, against tougher company. Those starter races can come up ultra tough. So I thought this was a really good spot for him today.
Higher authority down on the inside. Raylu Gutierrez is in the saddle. He can be aggressive with these horses. I'm hoping that's what happens with the number 3 horse out of the Ethan West barn. His last win wasn't that long ago. It was at Turfway Park. Sat close to the pace that day. I would like to see a little bit better finishes in his last 3, but it is what it is, and I think that he figures in this group.
He is a little bit of an in and outer, right? Because he did win at the $12,500 level at Turfway, and then he came back and really didn't show up whatsoever back in January in his 2 starts back. So he is a bit of an inconsistent sort, and that's kind of what you get in races like this, though, Scott.
We go to the entry next. You get one, you get them both. You bet one, you get them both. We'll start with the 1A Till Then, who was your second choice, 3rd last time out, only beaten the neck. They added blinkers that day, and obviously he's got them on here this afternoon, so hopefully that blinkers are the key to maintaining the form that we saw from him in his last race.
He just needs a faster pace. The fractions that have been posted in the last couple have been way too slow for this horse to be effective, but he was another one that My main principle for handicapping this race, Scott, was who has won recently and who likes to win. And this horse has 5 wins. He won 4 races last year. That stands out to me in this field.
Dual Fuel, part of the entry at 3-1. He has won 3 of his last 5 starts. A mile and an eighth, maybe just stretching it out a little bit too far in his most recent run, and that was a jump up in class too. I mean, when you're coming out of non-word as a 2 and non-word as a 3 company, Dual Fuel, and going into a straight $18,000 claimer with no restriction, you find a lot more difficult company than those restricted races. And then finally, we'll go to the number 2 horse. That's who draws the rail today. That's English Challenge, the son of English Channel, who has a recent win under his belt.
He does. It's going to be interesting to see if he can go back-to-back. His last race was much easier than what he faces today, but if you look at some of his back class, the horses that he faced a couple starts ago, even last year, the starter allowance races, even at Arlington, Kentucky Downs, those are significant races and tough races, so he's got some class that he can bring to the game today.
Race number 1, just waiting for the riders up call, then we'll head front side. Race 1 starts the early pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a claiming race for a $10,000 prize, 4-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed muddy. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. A reminder, scratch the 6 Estilo Peligroso. Again, scratch the 6 Estilo Peligroso. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track muddy, turf good, rail at 15 feet on the turf course, 8 minutes to post.
Taking a look at the number 3 horse, that's Higher Authority for Ethan West, just telling me a moment ago in the paddock that they're going to get this horse, try to get this horse on the lead and hope that that shakes him up, because he's been a bit inconsistent since his last victory, subpar efforts. So hopefully getting him out on the front end can change things up for him here this afternoon.
He looks pretty sharp coming into this race. Maybe that was the plan all along, get him sharp, get him out of the gate, and maintain the lead. And sometimes when you get a horse that's in a bit of a rut, the best thing is to go to the lead, and so they don't have to pass any horses. So I love the strategy there.
Go to the number 4 horse, El Franco, a son of Tapiture, who broke his maiden on the grass course at Ellis back last summer. We've only seen him race twice so far this year, both of which came on the synthetic, but his dirt race at Ellis back in July was not bad.
It wasn't. He closed from well off of the pace. I was just looking at horses on the track today, Scott, that looked happy and dappled, and he looked that. And, he's
feeling good.
Feeling good, bucking and kicking and feeling very well on the track today.
And then we'll go to Mississippi, the number 5 horse, who is still the favorite. I believe that we got 2 horses sitting at 5-2 on the tote board, but regardless, here's the gelding that's looking to get into the winner's circle for the first time in quite some time.
Yes, and he's only 1 for 20 on form. I don't like that. Handicapping the race, I'm against him, but Ramaquet has him looking great this afternoon.
It is the opener on this Thursday card. 10,000 claimers at a mile and 1/16. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Higher Authority out for the lead. Mississippi is there in the opening strides as well. These two come to the front, joined by Dual Fuel, and then El Franco in between horses as they head to the first turn. Higher Authority starts to work down toward the rail, has a narrow lead, leads it by less than a length into the turn. Here's English Challenge moving up toward the inside to challenge for the second position. Mississippi still has that spot, though, on the outside by just a neck around the first turn. El Franco between horses, one lane off the rail in fourth. Dual Fuel 3 wide in fifth. Till Then is in sixth. Irish Declaration last of the 7, 25.02 seconds over the muddy main track for that opening quarter. Onto the backstretch they go. Higher Authority, the leader. Higher Authority leads by 3/4 of a length. Mississippi second, the same margin. Then English Challenge to the inside, who's in the third spot. Dual Fuel far outside is in fourth by just a head. El Franco fifth between that pair, gap of 2. Till Then, Irish Declaration is last. 50.35 seconds the time for the first half mile. Higher Authority, the leader. Higher Authority takes the field over to the far turn, leads at a length and a half to Mississippi, who's second by a half length. English Challenge is looking toward the inside from third, a length and a half. El Franco is in fourth. Dual Fuel has lost ground, drops out to last around the turn. Irish Declaration is now fifth, 5 from the front. Till Then is next to last, but the leader's at the quarter pole. The leader is Higher Authority, but Mississippi is starting to draw alongside to the top of the short stretch. Gap of 3 more lengths. English Challenge has to swing to the outside with ground to make up from third. El Franco is a wide fourth. Irish Declaration is looking toward the inside, still fifth, 3 lengths away past the 8th pole. Here comes English Challenge on the outside to put the challenge to Mississippi and Higher Authority. English Challenge up to get a narrow lead. English Challenge, Santiago Gonzalez up to win the opener. Higher Authority was home second, Mississippi third, Irish Declaration fourth.
That's 2 wins in a row for the 6-year-old son of English Channel, English Challenge, challenging from off the pace as the race was the battle between the number 3 horse, Higher Authority, and Mississippi. They're going to back down, stay locked in their battle, but here comes the 2 over the top.
Yeah, had a perfect trip closing from off the pace out in the middle of the racetrack. The 7 Irish Declaration looked like he was trying to make a move up the rail, but he got shut off, had to check back and re-rally. But it was a beautiful trip from off the pace for the 2, winning at 5-2. It's going to be 2-3-5 unofficially across the finish line to kick off this afternoon.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 2, English Challenge, was first. Number 3, Higher Authority, was second. Number 5, Mississippi, third. Number 7, Irish Declaration, was fourth. 2-3-5-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 2, English Challenge, owned by Christina Estevanco and Margot Scott, trained by Richard Estevanco. Santiago Gonzalez is the winning jockey. English Challenge, a 6-year-old gelded son of English Channel out of Bahia Beach by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill LLC. Mile and a 16th over a main track listed muddy, 1 minute 46.95 seconds. Results still unofficial. And the results of Keeneland's first race are now official. 2-3-5-7, the official results for the first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, the 4-star maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies on the Headley course at 4.5 furlongs. The main track is currently listed muddy. Race 2, double pick 3, start of the early pick 4, scratch number 4, Hippie Trail, and scratch the 7, Dominicana. Again, scratch the 4, Hippie Trail, and scratch the 7, Dominicana. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder in the third event, scratch the 6, Not Away, and scratch the 8, McFeely. That's in the third race, scratch the 6, Not Away, and scratch the 8, McFeely. Overweight, the 4, Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Again, overweight, the 4, Cave Hill, jockey 3 pounds over. The fourth race, scratch the 10, Dark Timber. That's the fourth race, scratch the 10, Dark Timber. Fifth race has no changes at this time. Main track listed muddy, turf listed good.
Race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse, featuring 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs. These are 2-year-old fillies as they're getting set to be saddled up for their debuts. The number 1 horse, Grand Oak, is a Keeneland sales graduate for Rusty Arnold and Dew Sweepers LLC. They paid over $100,000 for her last year at the yearling sale here at Keeneland September. And Rusty not known for first out winners, but this horse is live, and in large part to the fact that we don't have Wesley Ward runners in here, both of them being scratched out of this second race.
That's right, Scott. And this filly, she does obviously draw the rail today, Grand Oak, but you'd have to think that she is going to be precocious, that she might show a little bit of gate speed. Tyler Gaffalione aboard today. He had a great day yesterday, really just been so consistent and solid during the course of this spring meeting. And you got to like the pedigree on the bottom side, too. The mare that she's out of definitely knew how to win. She was a 6-time winner on synthetic. So I think you just have to kind of go where the money is going in these baby races, and the money is going to her as she opens up at even money.
Second choice on the board is the 10, and we'll get to the 10 in just a moment. But the 9, Lotta Moscato, is a first-time starter filly by Mineshaft, and this is a barn that we talk about in these 2-year-old races that knows how to get them ready here at Keeneland during the spring meet.
He goes to the sale. John Ennis goes to the sale. He finds bargain horses. This horse was purchased for $15,000, and he usually finds horses that physically look like they could be early 2-year-olds. He gets them to run in the spring, and he's had success with that strategy over the past couple of years. So Lotta Moscata, she's a filly by Mineshaft. She's out of Lotta Lolly, a smart strike mare. The mare she actually won going long on the turf, but the half-brother to this filly recently ran third against Maiden Special Company at Aqueduct. I think it was just a couple of weeks ago. So an early family we've seen with the half sibling so far with Lotta Moscato.
The number 10 horse is the second choice by a long way, really. Actually, co-second choice along with the 6, excuse me. They both sit at 9-2 on the tote board. But Somebody Loves You for Eric Reed. Here's a filly by Looking at Lucky, that champion. And the first dam, the mother of this 2-year-old filly, she's 8 for 8. 8 runners, 8 winners. She herself a stakes winner. So this is a proven family and a proven sire on the top side as well, Looking at Lucky.
Curious to see this filly on track as she is minding her manners, getting the saddle on in the saddling stall. What kind of struck me were some of her works too, Scott, and where she's been working. Not too familiar with her most recent work in the facility there, but prior to that, she came here to Keeneland for a 3-furlong work. Prior to that, she's been at Turfway. So in the mornings, she's been to a lot of places working on different surfaces.
And then finally, the number 6 horse, You Choose Wisely for Paul McEntee. He sprung a big upset in one of these 2-year-old races earlier on in the meet. Jack Gilligan was aboard for that victory. And that was another situation where they didn't spend a lot of money on a yearling and brought her over here, that run over here, and was able to win. So this is a $10,000 yearling, a filly by Cantheros, 9-2 right now on the board at that coast second choice. Actually, now third choice is the 10. Just click down to odds of 4-1.
She has a couple of half-mile works, which you like for fitness and stamina, but she also comes into the race with a bullet workout out of the gate, 3 furlongs, best of 20 that day. So I would say that's encouraging because you and I both know, Scott, it just comes down to the break. You could be much the best, but at 4.5 furlongs, if you don't get out of the gate, you lose all hope from the beginning.
Just one quick observation down here in the paddock. The 11 walking past me, Crack-a-lacking. This is a filly from that first crop of McCracken. I like her attitude. I like the way that she's behaving down here. She's got a bit of just presenting herself well, and I don't know if we can see it right now on the screen, but watch out for the 11. There she is. I just like the way that she's been acting. She's got good energy. She's got dapples. She looks nice, and we'll see how she acts when she goes out for the warm-up. She's 19-1 right now on the board. Race number 2, 2-year-old racing. Grand Oak, 6-5. The favorite from post position number 1 with Tyler Gaffalione, the meet's leading rider currently in the standings. Don't forget, this race does start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the 4-star maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies on the Headley course, 4.5 furlongs, main track listed muddy. Scratch the 4 Hippie Trail and scratch the 7 Dominicana. Again, scratch the 4 Hippie Trail and scratch the 7 Dominicana. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track muddy, turf good. Rail at 15 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 6 minutes.
Come back to the favorite, Grand Oak. She's out in front of the pack, and I think that's a good thing, Gabby, because a lot of these fillies are acting up. The 3 and the 5, we'll get to them in just a moment. The 3 horse was doing so over at the paddock even more than what she's doing. But Rusty telling me that this filly can run. I asked him, what's his approach with 2-year-old horses and figuring which ones will be the types that you'd run here during the spring meet at Keeneland. And he said, we didn't really target with this filly. She brought us to this point. So I think that's a nice statement. He is worried about the inside draw because he says, a lot of his horses are not lightning quick away from the starting gate.
She is strong physically. She definitely looks like an early 2-year-old, but she also has a little bit of sass to her. I was watching her in the post parade, but not unprofessional by any means. She just seems like she's a very classy filly and has it all together today. So I can imagine, or I understand where the money is coming from, and she looks ready. She honestly stood out from the field.
Yeah, she's continuing to be out in front of this group that's warming up. Just behind her, I believe, is the 3 horse. That's Lady Evelyn Can. She was spooked on the other side. She didn't want to go into the secondary paddock, and they had some trouble getting the rider up aboard, but now out here on the track, more of an element that I'm sure she's far more accustomed to or used to. She seems to have settled in a little bit.
Yes, you never know what 2-year-olds will do in the afternoon. It's funny when you see them accompanied by the pony as well. Sometimes they're bouncing off of them. Sometimes they want nothing to do with them. She was a little worried when she was united with the pony here, but she seems to have settled. The only thing I just don't like about her is just her nervous energy, Scott. She seems very warm today, too.
Yeah, she was nervous down there when they were saddling her as well, with quite a bit of perspiration up on her front quarters. Let's go to the 5 horse. That shows he rolls, or shows she rolls.
That's how she rolls.
That's how she rolls. Well done. Thank you. 12-1 on this Speedster filly. What did you see from her when she came out?
You know, I'm warming up to her a little bit because when she first came out here, she was with the pony. She didn't like that. Luckily, the strap that the pony person was holding, she actually held on to. But this filly tried to run off a little bit, and she had to be caught and corralled by the outrider pony. But since then, she's gotten in a good warm-up, and you can just see the shift, Scott. And that's sometimes that's all these 2-year-olds need. They just need a good warm-up to get that nervous energy out of them, and now she seems settled.
And then we'll go to Crackalack and the 11-horse, 15-1. I've grown on this filly's grown on me in a very short period of time. I like the way she looks. There's something about her, and like I said, the attitude that she's maintained. She looks pretty game. She looks like a game filly to me, the way that she's been acting.
She looks well prepared too, and she's dappled. She's got a great coat. She's maintained really good weight. I agree with you, Scott. You pointed her out in the paddock, and she has really impressed me here trackside too, especially at a big price at 15-1.
Good price, good pool coming up as far as the pick 4, just shy of 100,000. It'll click over 6 figures that next click of the tote board. We're less than 2 minutes away from 2-year-olds here in race 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the 4-star, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Somebody Loves You comes out for the lead. That's How She Rolls has early speed as well. Crack-a-lacking up close on the outside is away running in third. Lady Evelyn Can is fourth toward the inside. Lotta Moscato is away in fifth. Grand Oak is sixth. Now loses a spot into seventh toward the inside, nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Catch a Later Mo moves up one spot around her, and then further back in the packet is You Chose Wisely, who is next to last. She's Jersey Tough is the trailer. Top of the stretch, Crack-a-lacking has taken the lead, has opened up by 3, by 5 lengths. Crack-a-lacking coming toward the 8th pole, a 6-length margin. Somebody Loves You in a tussle for second, along with Grand Oak, who runs late toward the outside, and then That's How She Rolls back toward the inside, 16th pole. Crack-a-lacking, 7-length lead, back to Grand Oak, who's gone to second, still well behind Crack-a-lacking and Farron Peterson. Crack-a-lacking to win it. Grand Oak was home in the second position. Somebody Loves You was third. That's How She Rolls was fourth.
She touted herself early, and she delivers on the racetrack 18-1 on Crack-a-lackin'. I think the phone's going to start ringing with these connections off of this debut performance with this daughter of McCracken.
Wow, was this impressive today. And good call by you, Scott. You liked her in the paddock, and she was really touting herself trackside today. Dappled from head to toe, and she ran to her looks. A winner by multiple lengths, and unfortunately, the filly on the inside, that real post position just gets them each and every time if they can't break on top. But definitely not a discouraging performance by the favorite at even money. 11-1-10 across the finish line, 18-1 winner in race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. The 11 Crack-a-lacking was first. Number 1 Grand Oak was second. Number 10 Somebody Loves You third. Number 5 That's How She Rolls was fourth. 11-1-10-5 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 11-1-10-5, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's second race, the 4-star, number 11, Crack-a-lacking. Owned by Randy Finnegan, trained by Sarah Hamilton, the jockey Farron Peterson. Crack-a-lacking, a 2-year-old filly by McCracken, out of Sacred Moon by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Mullican Thoroughbreds. Keeneland September graduate gets the 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course on a track listed muddy in 52.67 seconds. In the winner's circle, the 4-star trophy presentation to the connections of Crack-a-lacking. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is listed muddy, the turf listed good. In the third race, scratch the 6, Nodaway, and scratch the 8, McFeely. Again, scratch the 6, Nodaway, and scratch number 8, McFeely. Overweight, the 4, Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Again, overweight, the 4, Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Fourth race, scratch the 10, Dark Timber. That's in the fourth race, scratch the 10, Dark Timber. No changes at this time in race 5. Main track muddy, turf good, the rail at 15 feet today on the turf course.
On to race number 3 on this 9-race card here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a group of $25,000 claimers. Purse $48,000. 4 and up and 7 furlongs is the distance. The number 3 horse is the current lukewarm favorite, and that is my top play. That is Stage Left out of the Wesley Ward Barn. Winner last time out up in Ohio at Mahoning Valley, going Gates of Wire. That's the idea here, is hoping that this gelding can dictate what goes on out of the front end and just keep on going, because I just don't think, Gabby, that there's anybody as quick as him. If things go as they should, he should break on top and put some distance on this group pretty early on.
Well, the biggest scratch in here was the number 6 Notaway, because he definitely seemed to be the clear-cut speed. Now, with him out, I agree with you. Stage Left benefits from that scratch, and he's probably going to be the pace setter here.
The number 1 horse, Lafitte's Fleet, is a gelding by More Than Ready out of the Tom Amos barn. Now, he'll be playing catch-up, as will everybody else, if the 3 makes the lead. And we'll see if the cutback in distance wakes him up as he makes his Keeneland debut.
I liked him more with the presence of the 6 when I handicapped this race, which what feels like 5 days ago. I thought it was going to be a contentious pace between the 3 and the 6 and set up perfectly for this horse. So with him out, definitely changes the dynamics of the race, but I still do like the turn back in distance from 1.70 miles last time out of the fairgrounds. He's a better one-turn closer, Scott. We just have to pray that he gets the right type of trip and the right type of pace.
The 2 Logical Myth, it's an interesting spot. I mean, this is for him to surface in. I mean, this is a gelding that's been running against Stakes Company primarily on the turf at longer distances, on upwards at 1 1/8 miles, and his last victory came in a stakes race at Mountaineer going 1.70 miles. So they're dropping in class. They're adding blinkers back on. This horse has raced with blinkers as recently as December 26th when he was in the Dilberto Memorial at Fairgrounds. But, you know, he's another one that is not going to be helped along with somebody pressuring the 3, but I would imagine that Luis Saez will be able to get some run out of him late in this race.
He just doesn't have much speed. When you're off the pace going 1.5 miles on the turf and you come to the main track at 7/8, you just can't imagine that this horse will be forwardly placed, but he's going to take a well-timed move under Luis Saez to get the job done. For what it's worth, he's got 1 start on the dirt and 1 win on the dirt. I went back and looked at it. It was an off-the-turf race, Scott, and he won via disqualification, so technically he finished second.
And then finally, He Hate Me, the number 7 horse at 7-2. There was a point in his career where he would lay over this field, but he's obviously not the same type of horse that he has been in the past. He's got some decent form here at Keeneland. I just don't know what version of He Hate Me we're going to get, or if he's going to have that kind of back class resurface against this bunch here today.
His last race wasn't a positive indication that his back class will resurface, but you never know. The problem with him is that even in his heyday, when he was in the best form of his life, he still wasn't that great at 7 furlongs. He was better at 3/4, and he has to contend with that distance today.
15 minutes before race number 3. Call for riders up. We'll give you our front side opinions here in just a few moments. Good luck with the 3rd coming up in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. 4-year-olds and up, a $25,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over a main track listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 6, Not Away, and scratch the 8, McFeely. Again, scratch the 6, Not Away, and scratch number 8, McFeely. Overweight, the 4 Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. That's the 4 Cave Hill, the jockey 3 pounds over. Post time at 8 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We are frontside as these horses warm up for race number 3. Stage left is where we begin. He's 7-5 right now on the board. I think a reasonable price, actually. I wouldn't be shocked if he comes down and thought that he would be a shorter price, but the money's being pretty evenly distributed, all things considered, in this field that makes up race number 3.
The more I look at this horse, the more I like him, Scott. He's amped up, that's for sure. He's definitely on his toes, and I think he's really showing his hand here and what he's going to do. He's going to show speed from the gate, try to take them gate to wire. He's a horse that's been successful at 7 furlongs before, 6.5 furlongs. He's definitely the horse to beat.
Looks great there from that perspective. Let's move over to the 2-horse Logical Myth for Joe Sharp as he warms up, getting a stiff warm-up. It appears a clocker pick from this morning's Today at Keeneland.
And those works have been on the main track, Scott. They've been on the dirt.
Good sign.
So that's important. I just don't know how a horse that went 1.5 miles on the turf recently is going to shorten up successfully to seven furlongs today, but he is getting a big drop in class, and he looks great on the track today. And a clock report pick, which have been very successful recently.
And then we'll go over to He Hate Me, the number 7 horse that had a chance to catch up with his trainer, Michael Tomlinson. He said that from his opinion and his perspective, this horse just did not like the Gulfstream Park main track, and that he's shown a little bit more energy, more edge since arriving back in Kentucky and getting over at Churchill Downs. So that's the hope, is that the move away from Gulfstream Park will get this horse back into the kind of form in the past that we've seen from him.
Well, that's interesting insight. This is a horse who definitely did some of his better races were at Saratoga and at Churchill, so maybe getting out of South Florida will do him well. It's on the chilly side, and sometimes horses just really blossom in the cooler air.
He just clicked down to 7-2. As 7-5, now 6-5. He's back up to 4-1. The 7 is, but now 6-5 is the number 3 horse, the favorite. Stage left for Wesley Ward and John Velasquez. Good luck in this third race here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lafitte's Fleet from the inside. Here's stage left. Stage left moves up. He Hate Me on the far outside. Stage left to the lead. Stage left leads it now by just a length. He Hate Me moves up second up on the outside by a neck. Lafitte's Fleet third down toward the inside as they head up the back stretch. Carmelito is there in between horses in fourth and now contesting the second spot. In fact, that three-way shuffle for second, bearing down a length behind leader stage left as they head for the far turn. Further back, Logical Myth is next to last and Cave Hill trails. Opening quarter, 22.87 seconds. Stage left the leader. Stage left leads it by a length. Lafitte's Fleet is in second now by a length and a half. Logical Myth moves up the rail 2 spots into third. Carmelito between horses fourth ahead. He Hate Me is a wide fifth, now regaining fourth up on the outside, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Cave Hill is trying to put in a run from last down toward the rail, still 6 from the front. To the top of the stretch they come, and it is still stage left the leader, chased by Lafitte's Fleet. Logical Myth swings up to the far outside. Cave Hill is fourth, still 6 lengths away from stage left, who's at the 8th pole with Logical Myth in second on the outside. Lafitte's Fleet is in third. Stage left into the final furlong, leads at a length and a half. Logical Myth is second up on the outside, a 16th to go. It is stage left in front from Logical Myth, a length separating them. Lafitte's Fleet third. Stage left is in front. Stage left, John Velasquez win it by a neck. Logical Myth second. Lafitte's Fleet was third, close for fourth.
As we expected, stage left using that speed and able to keep on going. For a second here, it looked like Logical Myth, who was cutting back in distance so significantly, was going to be able to kick on, but he starts to flatten out at this stage, and stage left gives Wesley Ward another winner here during the spring meet.
That's right, Scott. And when they make the lead like this, they very rarely stop, especially when they're bet down to prices like 7-5. That was the case here with stage left. Hanging on for the victory, but a good showing from the 2 Logical Myth and Lafitte's Fleet. The 1 horse rounds out the try.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Stage Left, finished first. Number 2, Logical Myth, was second. Number 1, Lafitte's Fleet, was third. And number 4, Cave Hill, was fourth. 3, 2, 1, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Stage Left, owned by Ray Saines, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey John Velasquez. Stage Left, 6-year-old gelded son of Congrats out of Diva Delight by Repent, bred in Kentucky by Woodford Thoroughbreds. 7 furlongs over a main track listed muddy in 1 minute 23.45 seconds. Results of the third race official, 3-2-1-4, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, which has a $41,273 carryover. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. The turf is listed good, the rail at 15 feet today. Main track is listed muddy. In this fourth race, scratch the 10 Dark Timber. Scratch the 10 Dark Timber. Fifth race has no changes at this time. Sixth race, scratch number 5, Malibu Time. Also scratch the 14, Invisible War. And scratch the 15, Carmichael. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 5, Malibu Time. Also scratch the 14, Invisible War, and the 15, Carmichael. Please note, number 13, Of the Moment, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Of the Moment, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 4, Fieldstone. That'll be Joel Rosario. Number 4, Fieldstone, make the jockey Joel Rosario. Seventh race has no changes at this time. The featured 8th race. Jockey for part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. That's the featured 8th. Jockey for part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. Ninth and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. That's in the ninth and final race, scratch the 1, Another Manic Monday. Overweight, number 6, Pistol, jockey 3 pounds over. Again, overweight, number 6, Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over. Main track muddy, turf good.
South Florida interview just 3 years ago.
Race number 4 does start today's $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 6, and 8 make up the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Also, don't forget about the Pick 6 carryover coming into the afternoon. Race number 4 is leg 1 of said Pick 6. Lyrical Poet is where we begin, 7 to 5, and most will begin their handicapping as well. Lyrical Poet, a speedster for Wesley Ward. Wesley looking for back-to-back wins on the card. And this is a gelding that comes off of a 5-month layoff. Should be ready to roll, as they always are off the layoff for Wesley here at Keeneland.
Yeah, I say this time and time again, you don't necessarily have to be the fittest to win at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. You just have to be the fastest. And this horse is the speed. He's maintained very good form, fast races before in the past. It's just a question of if anybody decides to challenge him on the front end today. And I don't know that anybody is fast enough to do that. I hope so, because I picked against him, but he's going to be tough to catch.
You've got the 1 on top, ready to answer. 8 to 1 right now on the board. Gets back onto the grass course for the first time since this time last year, almost a year to the date, is the last time that we saw this 5-year-old gelding running on the turf course.
I don't really think this horse deserves to be 8 to 1. I think he should be a shorter price. Rusty Arnold used to train this horse. If you look at his race last spring here at Keeneland, he finished second as the favorite against Allowance Company. He comes back today against similar company. He fits the race. I know he's coming in off of a layoff and for new connections, but this is where this horse needs to run, and I don't mind the inside draw for him. Florent Giroux, who was aboard him in that second place finish, is back aboard today. I just thought we'd get a good price on him, and he fits against this group.
Rockstar Road, the number 5 horse, is currently 6 to 1 on the board. I think the cutback is the angle here. He's been routed in his last 2 races down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park, but you go back to his sprint races on the turf course, he was very competitive, so gets that opportunity with a very good grass rider in the saddle, Umberto Rispoli.
I have a bad history with this horse. I think I've picked him, he's run 13 times. I might have picked him 10 times. And every time I pick him, he loses. So he always, in my opinion, Scott, finds a way to lose. His only victory was that maiden special weight victory in January at Gulfstream last year. I just think he's a horse that kind of finds his own trouble, kind of needs everything to go his way. So I'm a little against him. But if you like him, I do think 5 to 1 is a fair price.
Foliage is the number 6 horse, 7 to 1 on this runner, son of Speightstown, homebred for Claiborne Farm, and Adele Dilschneider. Just broke his maiden last time out, and that came down at the fairgrounds in a quickly run race. He shouldn't be too far off the pace. I mean, he could be the one that's right there behind the Wesley Ward runner and be able to capitalize on being the one to be able to make that first move on the pace setter. And his number, I know we always talk about, and I think I at least gravitate towards not playing horses that have just broken their maiden and they're stepping up in class, but his numbers fit with this group. The number he earned in his last race, as far as speed figure, fits with this group as he tries winners for the first time.
Right, and it's not like he won first time out and he's facing winners in just his second start. He's got some foundation underneath of him. He won against decent maiden special weight fields several times before in the past. So he finally found the right group off the layoff last time out, and I think it's encouraging that that was his first start of the year, Scott. He just could be a better horse at the age of 4.
Race 4 started the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Again, races 4, 6, and 8 make up that $3 minimum wager. And race number 4 starts the Pick 6 on the Thursday card here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Milford, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, which is listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering. Pick 6 starts here, carry over $41,000. This is also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Again, the turf is listed in good condition, and the rail is set at 15 feet today. Also, pick 6 players. Please note the condition of the main track at Keeneland has now been upgraded to good. Condition of the main track is upgraded to good. So both the turf and the main track, both now listed good at Keeneland. In this fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 10 Dark Timber. Post time is coming up in just 7 minutes.
Horses warming up for the fourth race, kicking off that Turf Pick 3 sequence, and that is a $3 wager. Make sure you get your tickets in early. There are a lot of people that are focusing on the number 7 horse, Lyrical Poet, for trainer Wesley Ward. He is your even money favorite right now, but don't sleep on the other Wesley Ward runner in here, the number 9, Super Design. I thought he looked fantastic today. Actually, my Paddock pick. He just looks very strong. He's dappled, looks like a very happy horse here. He does have to kind of step it up, and it is a question of whether or not he's better going a distance of ground or a better sprinter. But I will say his last race probably did him well in terms of fitness, because he does look incredibly fit, very happy coming into today's race. The number 6, Foliage, is another one for trainer Al Stahl. And yes, it is a tough task facing winners for the first time. He just broke his maiden last time out, but he is a very strong sprinter-like looking individual, and I just like the energy that he's showing on track today. And then the one Ready to Answer, my top pick. I think this horse is a great price at 8-1. To me, he looks like a sprinter. He looks very strong in his hindquarters. He's got good energy, bright on track, and I'm happy to see Flo reunited with this horse, having a good showing at Keeneland last spring. Scott, anything to add?
Yeah, let's go over to the full horse if we can. Apache Tears, who's currently 15-1 on the board, spoke to his trainer, Andrew McKeever, and asked him why they're taking blinkers off this gelding, off of a situation where he had just broken his maiden with blinkers 2 starts ago. He said he just was getting too worked up with them, and you can see he still has head equipment, but he doesn't have a cup. Those are just essentially a hood to try to keep him as calm as possible. He's a horse that can get a little too high energy, and Andrew said he likes the way that he's behaving here today. So maybe that will do the trick with him, and he'll run a big race based on that. He's not a bad-looking horse whatsoever, but Andrew did admit coming out of Louisiana Bred Company into a race like this at Keeneland is tough, but he didn't also think that it was the toughest race that he had seen that they could have assembled. So we'll see if the full horse Apache Tears can react with a positive effort with that change of equipment here this afternoon. So good luck in race number 4. Nice way to start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, as well as this afternoon's Pick 6.
At Keeneland, a note regarding number 3, Chief Howcome, who was wearing blinkers as he came onto the track. That is incorrect, and that piece of equipment has just been removed over at the starting gate. No blinkers for number 3. Chief Howcome has not worn them, does not wear blinkers today either. That's number 3, Chief Howcome, and there he is now on the television monitors, no blinkers. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Milford. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Both the turf and the main track listed good.
That ain't easy. I mean, that ain't hard. Now, come on.
They are at the post. And they're off. There's Lyrical Poet. Right out of the gate, right to the front. Lyrical Poet to the lead and quickly scoots over next to the rail well before they reach that far turn. Foliage comes out second up on the outside. Apache Tears third against the rail. Rockstar Row fourth between horses. Low Moo further out in fifth. Super Design further out center of the course in sixth. Chief Howcome is against the rail in seventh. Ready to answer is eighth. Pledge of Allegiance is ninth and last after an opening quarter in 22.37 seconds. Lyrical Poet leading Foliage by just one length midway on the turn. And then Apache Tears is third. Rockstar Row is in fourth. Low Moo is fifth. Chief Howcome is sixth against the rail, still 6 lengths off the lead. Lyrical Poet leads the field to the top of the stretch, quarter mile to go. 3 lengths in front of Foliage in second. Gap of 3 more then. Back to Apache Tears in third. Apache Tears going to try to work toward the rail to try to catch Lyrical Poet. Foliage tries from the outside. Now Apache Tears changes lane, still 2 lengths away from Lyrical Poet. Apache Tears second. Foliage third. Lyrical Poet in front, a length and a half. Here comes the wire. Lyrical Poet and Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. Apache Tears second, Foliage third, multiple horse photo for fourth.
Gates a wire in front, Lyrical Poet using that speed as the 4-horse ends up running a pretty good race here. He's going to cut back behind and the 7-horse right there alters course and then focuses back in on running. But at this point in time, Lyrical Poet, the 7, had flown as the even money favorite.
I feel like we say the same thing every race that Wesley Ward is in. When they're bet down like this and when they get out of the gate and they get to the lead, nobody's passing them. 7, 4, 6 across the finish line to kick off the Turf Pick 3, race 4.
Photo for fourth, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 7, Lyrical Poet, was first. 4, Apache Tears, was second. Number 6, Foliage, third. Number 5, Rockstar Row, was fourth. 7-4-6-5 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 7-4-6-5 the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Milford number 7 Lyrical Poet, owned and trained by Wesley Ward, who goes back-to-back on the card. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Lyrical Poet, a 5-year-old gelded son of Kitten's Joy out of One Hot Wish, who had a record-setting performance herself at Keeneland on debut as a 2-year-old. She by Bring the Heat. The winner, bred in Kentucky by Wesley Ward. 1 minute, 3.01 seconds over the turf, listed good for the 5.5 furlongs. In the winner's circle, the Milford Trophy presentation to the connections of Lyrical Poet. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is now listed good. And, of course, the turf listed good as well. Race 5 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes in this fifth event. Looking ahead to race 6, A reminder in the 6th race, scratch the 5 Malibu Time. Also scratch the 14 Invisible War and the 15 Carmichael. That's in the 6th race, scratch number 5 Malibu Time. Also scratch the 14 Invisible War and scratch the 15 Carmichael. A reminder, number 13 of the moment draws into the race. Again, number 13 of the moment draws into the race. Jockey change on the 4 Fieldstone, Joel Rosario. That's the 4 Fieldstone, the jockey Joel Rosario. No changes in race 7. Checking the featured 8th race. Jockey for part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. That's in the featured 8th race. The jockey for part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. That's the 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. Overweight, the 6 Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 6 Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over. Main track good, turf also listed good.
Race number 5, leg 1 of the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager, also double exacta trifecta. Pick 3s continue to roll and dime superfecta. This 5th race, $20,000 claiming event, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Better Vixen is the number 2 horse for Kenny McPeak. Looking for this horse to stretch out and like it as far as the distance of ground. Has done nothing but sprint, but gets the opportunity to go further here this afternoon. And we'll see if it works out. That is the change being made with this filly, and she also gets a dip down in class from those races at Oaklawn Park.
She will be the speed. The only other likely filly that could maybe pressure her early is the filly to her inside in Waywardness. We do have to, I think it is a kind of a tough task to go from 3/4 to 1 1/16, but she does have that foundation underneath of her, and she has the alternate finish line to deal with as well. A lot of the time we do see these fillies able to hang on at 1 1/16 here at Keeneland, so I'm assuming that's the strategy.
Simply Beguiled is the 7 horse. That's your top play. She just broke her maiden in her most recent effort, came from way out of it at Oaklawn Park, sprinting 3/4 of a mile to get up just in the nick of time to win that race by a head.
It was a very impressive race, that's for sure. She came from the clouds to close and win that day. And I remember being at Oaklawn, and John Ortiz, the trainer, said, I had 2 in the race. I thought the other one was going to win. We didn't really want to run her going 3/4. She's definitely a better filly going long. So she stretches back out to a distance of ground, and I just think she's in really good form right now, Scott, coming into the race. So I'll take her on the board right now at a big price at 9-1.
World Party, the number 9 for Brett Brinkman, primarily based in Louisiana, brings this filly up here to contest against winners of 2 for 20. Comes in from Delta Downs in those 2-turn races. And, short stretch situation. I know a bull ring at Delta Downs, or the bull ring at Delta Downs, is not the same, but at least she has run against horses, or run in races rather, with a short stretch. That's what you've got at Delta Downs. So she can make that move on the turn, and I think that's why she's got to be considered in here. That's the number 9 horse, World Party, who is currently sitting at 9-2 on the board.
Well, Brett didn't bring many horses to the Keeneland Spring Meet. In fact, he hasn't brought many horses in the past either. But he did tell me that he was very strategic with what he brought this year. And so far, it's paid off very well. He won the Lafayette just a few weeks ago. And this filly, I think, is very well spotted.
The number 10 horse will move there to the filly by Street Sense. That is Big Bugs Girl for Ben Colebrook. She comes off of a 4-month layoff. She broke her maiden at Churchill 2 starts back. She may need one as she gets Lasix for the first time. She's got just that one solid race, in my opinion, under her belt. But I think that she's got to be considered. And also, if you're considering coming to the Keeneland April sale, which will take place 1 week from tomorrow after closing day, we will head down the hill to the sales pavilion for the Keeneland April sale. This filly has been cataloged as hip number 31, so she'll pass through the sales ring in the April sale, consigned by TaylorMade.
The problem with her is that it took her 2 starts to finally get to 1 1/16, and then she broke her maiden at the 1 1/16. This is a tough task coming off of a layoff since December with that outside draw and being able to win here at 1 1/16. But, we'll see what she can do. She'll be one that will likely be closing from off the pace. I do think this is the right level for her. Just wonder if she might need a race.
And then the number 3 horse will wrap it up Paddock side with Pleiad Lee, the daughter of Lee, for Michael McCarthy and the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. The last time she ran on dirt was in the slop at Churchill Downs at 10 furlongs, 1.25 miles, and she comes off of 3 consecutive synthetic tries up at Turfway Park.
And that was a pretty good group of horses. She finished 4th, though, in a 6-horse field going that 1.25 miles at Churchill Downs. This is definitely a better level for her, getting back to the dirt today. That day it was a sloppy sealed track, so this is our first start on a fast main track, or good main track.
Race number 5, once again, starts the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, a claiming race for fillies and mares age 3 and up for a price of $20,000, a mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed good. This race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. No changes in the 5th race. Main track is good. The turf is also listed good, 7 minutes to post.
Race number 5, front side in the midst of their warm-ups, and not a bad-looking group of fillies from top to bottom. And some of the ones that I wanted to go towards were showing a high energy and feeling good. And the 3-horse Pleiad Lee is one of them, and she's continued to do so here as she warms up with the pony. Perhaps she'll show some speed. I think that both Gabby and I feel that the number 2 horse is going to try to be put on the lead. That's Bitter Vixen, who's coming out of the sprint races. But the way that this filly is behaving, wouldn't be shocked if she's sharp in here, and she gets in light. Renee Diaz, the apprentice, gives her a 7-pound weight break. So that's another aspect to think that perhaps speed is in play with this daughter of this daughter of Lee, Pleiad Lee, for Michael McCarthy and the Clips Thoroughbred Partners. Rhubarb Martini, good-looking filly. She's 7-1 right now on the board. Last time out, she lost the rider leaving the starting gates. Prior to that, she broke her maiden, and those maiden special weight races are very difficult that she started her career off running against. They dropped her in class. She responded, and then you throw out that last race. But she's a beautiful filly by Malibu Moon out of the Eddie Keneally barn. So we'll see if getting a fair shake at it today will put her back into the mix. Again, 7-1 on Rhubarb Martini. And another filly that was showing good energy over in the paddock, Gorilla Girl, as she warms up on the track. Good-looking filly by Sky Mesa. She broke her maiden last time out for maiden 15 as the favorite. That was also a day that he tried blinkers for the first time. So that change perhaps put her over the top. She's trying dirt for the first time, and she's primarily been working on the synthetic up at Turfway Park. She does have a published workout on the dirt all the way back in June of last year, for what that's worth. But surface switch, we'll see if it agrees with her. But a filly that looks nice at odds of 11-1. We're closing in on post time for race number 5. Once again, this does start the Keeneland late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Rhubarb Martini for the lead with Waywardness there toward the inside. Pleiad Lee away running in third with La Turista fourth up on the outside as they head down to the first turn. Waywardness moves up from the inside starting spot and has the lead now. Waywardness leads it by 3/4 of a length around the turn to Rhubarb Martini in second. Bitter Vixen a close-up third, tucked against the rail right behind the leader, and is followed by Pleiad Lee right alongside between horses, a lane off the rail in fourth. La Turista goes a wide fifth. Onto the back stretch, World Party 2 more lengths behind her, stays outward from the rail in the 6th position. Gorilla Girl 7th toward the inside, Simply Beguiled in 8th. Big Bugs Girl is in 9th. La Dublina last of the 10, 24.34 seconds for the opening quarter. Waywardness is the leader. Waywardness leads it by a neck. Rhubarb Martini second by a length. La Turista, center of the track, is in the 3rd position. Bitter Vixen still there toward the inside in 4th. Pleiad Lee between that pair in 5th, now regaining the 4th spot and challenging for 3rd after a half in 49.56 seconds. Over to the far turn, Waywardness, the leader by just a neck. Rhubarb Martini still second by a length to Pleiad Lee. World Party is being asked to run. She's wide. She's 3 lanes off the rail. She's still back there in the 5th position. Bitter Vixen still against the rail, battling for 3rd. And there's a 1/4 mile to go here with Rhubarb Martini right alongside of Waywardness, Bitter Vixen, Pleiad Lee, and World Party is still in 5th and still 8 lengths from the front. Waywardness, Rhubarb Martini, Pleiad Lee in 3rd, Bitter Vixen to the inside 4th. World Party still far back in 5th. Pleiad Lee coming after Waywardness, and Rhubarb Martini is now 3rd. Waywardness the leader. Pleiad Lee makes a final run on the outside. Pleiad Lee gets there in the final strides for Renee Diaz.
Favorites continues here at Keeneland Racecourse on this Thursday afternoon. This time it's the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Pleiad Lee for Michael McCarthy. Renee Diaz fought for position going into the first turn, got it down on the inside, but then had to work off the rail to get out in the clear. And once she did, she was able to pull off this victory by just about a head in the end.
Yeah, the pace scenario did not develop as we predicted, but Waywardness did go to the lead, whereas the two Bitter Vixen just didn't get out of the gate, and that created even a good setup, or the right time to move for Pleiad Lee to get the victory. 2-1 off odds here for this winner.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 3, Pleiad Lee finished first. Number 1, Waywardness was second. Number 4, Rhubarb Martini third. Number 2, Bitter Vixen fourth. 3-1-4-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Pleiad Lee, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Michael McCarthy, the winning jockey, apprentice jockey Renee Diaz. Pleiad Lee, a 4-year-old filly by Lee, out of Pliant by Maria's Mon, bred in Kentucky by LG Farm. Mile and a 16th over a main track listed good, 1 minute 47.6 seconds. Results of the fifth race official, 3-1-4-2, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf listed good, the rail at 15 feet. In this sixth race, scratch the 5 Malibu Time. Also scratch the 14 Invisible War. And scratch the 15 Carmichael. Again, scratch the 5 Malibu Time. Scratch the 14 Invisible War. And scratch the 15 Carmichael. A reminder, number 13 of the moment draws into the race. Again, number 13 of the moment draws into the race. Jockey change on the 4 Fieldstone, that'll be Joel Rosario. Again, jockey change for the 4 Fieldstone, that'll be Joel Rosario. Seventh race has no changes at this time. Featured 8th race. Jockey for the 1, part of entry, number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. That's in the featured 8th race. The jockey for part of entry, number 1, Pallas Athene, will be Gerardo Corrales. 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. That's in the 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. Overweight, the 6 pistol, jockey 3 pounds over. Number 6 pistol, jockey 3 pounds over. Main track is good, turf listed good. The early pick 5 at Keeneland pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5.
send that in for the best 30 minutes of the year.
Race number 6, starter 50 at a mile on the turf course. This does start the late pick 4, and Eyes on Target is the current favorite right now. 9-5 on the board out of the Michael Maker barn. Was claimed for $50,000. Gabby, that's how this horse is eligible for this race, because that was the first time that he ran for a tag, and he won that race. Didn't have the clearest path to victory, but he was able to find a seam and get the win, and I'm not surprised that he is the current 9-5 favorite. Both you and I have this horse as our top selection.
I thought the trip was significant last time out, and to be honest, when you go back and watch the replay, he was so much the best. He was practically running over other horses, just trying to find room to win. He should have won by multiple lengths in the race, but he ultimately won by 3/4 of a length as the favorite. He dipped down to that $50,000 level to make him eligible for this race, and Mike Maker scooped him up for $50,000. We've seen this before. Mike Maker really does know how to develop turf horses, but he had good form in the past, too. That was the right spot to run him.
The number 3 horse, Hawk of War, another one for Mike Maker. This one gets Luis Saez in the saddle. Ran here last October, only beaten a length and 3/4 in a starter allowance race. They dropped him in for 50 in that next start, and that was when he was claimed to move over to the Maker barn. He's tried the synthetic in his last 3, but I think getting back to grass is going to be a big positive for this 5-year-old gelding.
I agree, and he's liked a turf with a little bit of give on it in the past, which I think he might have to deal with today. Now, we did have firm conditions yesterday, but we had significant amount of rain this morning, so that is encouraging, Scott, that he has had a liking to a turf with a little bit of moisture in it, and he too had that bad trip that we highlighted this morning from Trip Notes Pros.
You've got the 7 as your second choice. Big price on the tote board right now in the win pool, 28-1. On this 4-year-old gelding, a horse that was beaten 39 lengths in the bull ring at Charlestown in the slop. He is a long ways from not only West Virginia, but that kind of a race.
It was not ideal. I don't think that this horse wants any piece of Charlestown. His race 2 starts back was a little bit concerning, though. Maybe it was just too tough. He was 32-1 in that event. But if you look back to his races in the fall of last year, Scott, he actually put on some really good performances, including a second-place finish in a starter allowance at Kentucky Downs, second in a tough allowance race at Arlington Park. So he is capable. I just hope he can turn things around. What I wanted to do was throw some prices in underneath, and he was a long shot that I considered.
And then finally, we'll end it with the number 4 horse, Fieldstone. That is a rider change with Fieldstone. Make it Joel Rosario. Adam Beschizza rides the number 13, who draws into this race off the also eligible. Again, the 13 draws in. But Fieldstone hasn't been seen in 6 months. Last saw him in that allowance race, that starter allowance race here at Keeneland back on the 21st of October. So freshened since then, and we'll see if he's up to the task here today. I like the post position. Looks like a pretty straightforward horse that likes to track just off the early pace.
Yeah, he fits with these, that's for sure. And Joe Sharp has sent limited starters here for the Keeneland Spring Meet, but they've all been running well. He had a second-place finish earlier today. He's had 2 other second-place finishes and 2 thirds. So one of these horses is going to find the winner's circle soon. He's been very close with the starter so far.
Race number 6 is in front of us, less than 13 minutes to post. A reminder, this does start the late pick 4 on this Thursday afternoon at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile on the turf, listed good. The rail at 15 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 5 Malibu Time. Also scratch number 14 Invisible War, and scratch the 15 Carmichael. A reminder, number 13 Of the Moment draws into the race. Again, 13 Of the Moment draws into the race. Jockey change for the 4 Fieldstone, Joel Rosario. Joel Rosario rides the 4 Fieldstone, 6 minutes to post.
We come front side here for race number 6. Fieldstone off the layoff, 6-month layoff. He looks as fit as a horse can be. No concern there as far as fitness from a visual standpoint. And he looks outstanding as he gets ready for that first race in over 6 months back here at Keeneland. So just wanted to point back towards Fieldstone. Love the way that he looks out there warming up. The number 6 horse, Gun Rush. Not a bad-looking gelding either. This is a Son of Violence that sprinted on debut and won. And then he jumped into A Other Than Company, and he was 57-1. Not ready for that task back on April 2nd. So, and there was a bit of a gap between his debut and that April 2nd return. In fact, over a year. So it wouldn't be, or not over a year, excuse me, just a few months, same year in 2022. But I thought that he made a nice appearance out there as he's 33-1 on the tote board currently. Our Country for George Weaver. Another good-looking horse. I mean, he ran at Gulfstream Park in a synthetic race that was taken off the turf course last time out in a starter race. He ran for 52 starts ago and picked up his second lifetime score, and that was on the grass. So one that should appreciate the move back to the turf course. And 3-1 right now. Tyler Gaffleone, I'm sure, has something to do with the action on Our Country to be this low of a price with that outside draw. We'll see what they're able to work with as far as the trip from that far outside post. And then back over to the number 3 horse, just another shout to Trip Note Pros. Hopefully you're taking advantage of that free product and the investment here from Keeneland for the horse players as they go to Keeneland.com/TripNotePros for in-depth analysis of each of these horses that runs on each card over the course of these race days. So make sure you're taking advantage of Trip Note Pros as they pointed towards Hawk of War this morning on Today at Keeneland, having a difficult journey in that last race at Turfway on the 26th of March. He's 9-2 right now. Another good pull, pick 4, over $230,000, and less than 3 minutes before we get to post time here for the 6th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Counter-strike broke alertly from the inside. Here comes Epimythium from between horses. Optimus Cat right there in the opening strides. El Ahijado moves up of the moment out in the center of the course as they head for the first turn. Epimythium moves over next to the rail, has the lead. Optimus Cat goes in the second position. El Ahijado 3 lanes off the rail, third, now second, now up to put ahead in front. Counter-strike is tucked away fourth to the inside of the moment, fifth on the outside. Hawk of War is in sixth in between horses. Tokalon is a wide seventh. Gun Rush is eighth. Eyes on Target is ninth toward the inside, 7 lengths from the front. Our Country is in 10th. Fieldstone 11th. King Tough is last of the 12. 24.01 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. El Ahijado has made the lead, has gotten over next to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Optimus Cat second between horses, 3/4 of a length of the moment, third up on the outside. Counter-strike is in fourth. Epimythium shuffled to fifth between horses. Tokalon is a wide sixth onto the far turn. Hawk of War is seventh. Eyes on Target is eighth, still 7 lengths from the lead. The first half mile, 48.84 seconds. El Ahijado is the leader by a neck around the turn. Optimus Cat is second, a length of the moment, is third by just a length. Counter-strike is fourth. Epimythium is in fifth. Now Eyes on Target is swinging toward the center of the course, still has 6 lengths to make up. Hawk of War tries to get untracked on the grandstand side. Here's Eyes on Target coming after Epimythium. Eyes on Target running past all of that inside traffic for the lead. Eyes on Target just kicking clear, drawing clear by 5. Hawk of War runs on late from the outside with Counter-strike, no catching. Eyes on Target, who wins it for Irad Ortiz Jr.
An impressive performance by Eyes on Target. Did Mike Maker find another good one via the claim box? It sure looks like it based on this performance, and he flies home and may have ended up being a Mike Maker exacta in the end because the 3 was running on, but nobody was catching Eyes on Target today.
This horse had a horrible trip last time out, as we mentioned, but had a smooth trip today, and his acceleration in the middle of the stretch, you don't really see that often. Sometimes you see it on the turf, but this horse, that acceleration mid-stretch, he just opened up on the field by a couple of lengths in the very end. A very impressive performance. Looks like a nice claim for trainer Mike Maker. Eyes on Target goes to the winner's circle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 2 Eyes on Target was first, 3 Hawk of War second, 1 Counter-Strike third, number 8 Optimus Cat fourth, 2-3-1-8 unofficial. And the results of Keeneland's sixth race are now official. 2-3-1-8, the official results. Into the winner's circle for race 6, number 2 Eyes on Target. The winner, owned by Michael Dubb, trained by Mike Maker, and the winning jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. for his second winner on the card. Eyes on Target, a 4-year-old Ridgeling by Exaggerator out of Christie's Treasure by Belong to Me, bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables, LLC. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.69 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Race 7 will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also is offered. Both the main track and the turf are listed good. Race 7 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this 7th race. Featured 8th race, a reminder, the jockey for part of entry, number 1 Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. Featured 8th race, part of entry, number 1 Palace Athene, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. That's in the 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Another Manic Monday. Overweight, the 6 Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 6 Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over.
Race number 7 will start the late pick 3 on this Thursday card. We'll start with the number 9 horse, Falconet. A lot of buzz around this filly, and certainly she's taking plenty of action. She's 4-5 right now. They scratched her out of a race on the 10th of April and got a workout into her instead on the 14th of April, and now sets her up for this race, a filly by Uncle Mo, who ran a good race on debut and stretches out to a route of ground. She's part of the Clocker report, so she's worked well here at Keeneland, and big expectations surrounding Falconet here for her second career start.
It's definitely being bet like a good one here. She will have to work out a trip from post 9, but that's not as bad as some other post positions that other horses have had to deal with before, and she's got the speed in order to clear. Look, she wasn't posted ideally in her first race as well. She was post 10 of 11 that day, and she still managed to clear most of the field and get into a decent position. Ultimately, that might have even cost her the race, but Scott, for what it's worth, in that 7/8 race, the pace completely held together. It was almost a bit of a merry-go-round race, and she was forwardly placed in that race. So the way the race was run benefited her. But that said, she does have a lot of natural talent, and horses with speed like that have a tendency to win races.
You've got the 2 on top. That's Silverleaf for Magdalena Racing and Kenny McPeak. Corey Lannery rides this filly for the 3rd time in her career, and this will be her 3rd career race. What led you in this direction with the filly who was so far out of it early on and ended up being able to make a move to finish 3rd in that most recent start?
That was how I assessed the race. The pace held together. I thought it was beneficial to be forwardly placed. This filly was 10 lengths off of the pace, so there was no way she was going to make up the ground. She also drew the rail that day going 7/8. That's not always the ideal post position, and watching the early part of the race, Corey Lannery deliberately took her well off the pace. But in her debut, she was on the lead going 1.70 miles. So I actually think she'll be able to sit a stalking trip, and I love her stretching back out to 2 turns.
The 8-horse Friendship Road for Emery Hamilton, a homebred filly by Quality Road. Got blinkers last time out and took a big step forward. She also, it was a 1-turn mile race, so we'll see how she handles the 2 turns. But I think there's room for even further improvement for Friendship Road, and she's got the experience edge over Falconet, who comes with only 1 race under her belt.
Yes, and that was going the mile, as you mentioned. She was forwardly placed in there, and for what it's worth, the winner of that last race at Gulfstream Park, she did go gate to wire, so Friendship Road was forced to chase from that outside post position. Overall, I thought a pretty good effort, but she does have to take a step forward even to be on the same level as the 9.
And we'll round it out with Tis American as far as Paddock comments, a American Pharaoh filly who'll be trying the dirt for just the 2nd time in her career.
I think she might have a little bit of a sneaky look to her, so I wanted to use her underneath for Eddie Keneally. Her last race was just okay, but she is a by American Pharaoh out of a Tis Now mare named Life Well Lived. They paid a lot for her at the sale. I think she probably just needed her last race. They wanted to bring her back at 2 turns. She can't go 1 turn, but the dirt, I think, is a very interesting surface for her today. I think she'll actually like it. It might improve her, but she is going to have to significantly improve to compete with some of the main contenders here.
Race 7, $100,000 maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and up. These are fillies and mares, 1 mile and a 16th, so a first wire finish here in race 7. We are less than 14 minutes away from post time at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Morgan's Ford. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed good. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 7. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time is 6 minutes.
Front side for race number 7. Good-looking group of fillies here, fillies and mares, and they'll be going a mile and a 16th. The one, Tiffany's Mo, it's Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day from this morning on today at Keeneland, and 6-1 is what she's sitting at on the board right now. This filly has some serious size to her. I would not be shocked if the route of ground is exactly what she needs. So we'll see what happens going into that first turn, but she is a filly that looks like the distance of ground is really going to agree with her. The Albaugh family stables purchased her for $500,000 at the 2020 Keeneland September sale, and she's very well related. She's a half-sister to a stakes winner, and from that Forest Street First Stamp Cruel Moor. So Tiffany's Mo, watch out for her. This looks like it's going to be her game going these two-turn types of races. Taking a look at the 8-horse now, Friendship Road, another very good-looking filly. I think she, too, has the size to sincerely handle this two-turn on dirt scenario. She tried the mile distance at Gulfstream. You got to keep in mind that that's a one-turn situation. So I think that with her big frame, that the daughter of Quality Road should appreciate that here this afternoon. And she is currently sitting at 6-1. So 2 6-1 shots that look like they've got a chance to potentially spring the upset on this filly Falconette. She's not quite as big as those other two, in my opinion. Certainly not as big as the one. She's a beautiful filly by Uncle Mo, but we'll see how she handles this outside post. I mean, she is as short of a price as we have had today at 3-5. Mentioned she's part of the clock report on today at Keeneland this morning, so we'll see if she's able to deliver here in the afternoon. Good luck. Should be a good one. Should be a productive race with these fillies, so pay attention to the trips and perhaps use it in a few weeks' time when we see them line up again, potentially against each other across town. It is 8 minutes to post. Plenty of time to get involved in race number 7 here at Keeneland.
The field for race 7 has yet to load into the gate. Technical issues being addressed with the infield board. For updated odds for race 7, please refer to the television monitors. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Morgan's Ford, and are moving into line. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Fine Cotton. There goes Mine for Passion. Mine for Passion for the lead, and Fine Cotton there to the inside. Silver Leaf, and then Falconet, who's toward the outside in fourth, moving up third into the first turn. Fine Cotton slides over next to the rail, has the early lead, 3/4 of a length. Mine for Passion stays a lane off the rail in second a length. Josine sneaks up through an opening into third, at least for a moment, before Falconet responds to the outside, regains that third spot. Further back, Silverleaf, fifth against the rail. Unbridled Doro, sixth alongside of that one. Tiffany's Mo between horses at the back of the pack in seventh. 'Tis American to her inside, and Friendship Road moves up 2 spots from last out in the center of the track, 6 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went in 24.38 seconds. seconds. Fine Cotton has the lead by just ahead. Mine for Passion right alongside the leader now. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Falconet is third, a half length. Silverleaf is in fourth. Josine has dropped back. Friendship Road out in the center of the track is up to fifth. Still just over 5 lengths off the lead. Tis American tries to move with her, and Bridal Doro next to last. And Tiffany's Mo is at the back. The first half mile, 49.73 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Fine Cotton to the inside, ahead in front. Mine for Passion is second up on the outside, and Falconet is third, still a length and a half off the lead. Silverleaf is toward the rail in fourth, just over 3 lengths to make up, a quarter mile to go. Tis American between horses is in fifth, top of the short stretch. Fine Cotton leading it by 2 lengths off the turn. Falconet needs to find something and find it quickly. Moves up on the outside second, now comes after the leader. Silverleaf goes to third. Falconet goes to the lead into the final furlong at the expense of Fine Cotton. It is Falconet in front, and then Fine Cotton in second. Gap of 5 back to Silverleaf. Falconet wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Fine Cotton second, Silverleaf third. Tis American was up for fourth.
Falconet sat just from off the pace, and as they turned for home, this is when Tyler Gaffalione gets after her. It took her a while to switch her lead. She leans in a bit here on the 3-horse. I don't know that there was ever any contact, Gabby, but finally will switch her leads late in stretch, if I'm not mistaken. Right there's where it comes, and she pulls away to win by 2 lengths.
Now the rider kind of stands up a little bit right there in the late stages of the stretch. So they might look at this as this filly. I don't believe she ever switched over to her right lead, so she's still a little bit green, but that just shows you how much natural and raw talent she does have. An easy victory in the end and a great ride under Tyler Gaffalione. This filly by Uncle Mo, Falconet, getting the win.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 9, Falconet, finished first. Number 3, Fine Cotton, was second. Number 2, Silverleaf, third. And number 7, Tis American, was fourth. 9-3-2-7, the result unofficial. At Keeneland, the objection sign has been posted on the infield board. Claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 3, Fine Cotton, against the unofficial winner, number 9, Falconet. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul is pending concerning the top 2. In the unofficial result, claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of runner-up number 3, Fine Cotton, against the unofficial winner, number 9, Falconet. Alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. On the television monitors, the split screen program feed to the left, steward's view to the right. Objection pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Please hold all tickets. no change. The result will stand as is, 9-3-2-7, no change. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Morgan's Ford, number 9, Falconet, owned by CHC Incorporated of Kit Ing and Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, the trainer Todd Pletcher, and the jockey Tyler Gaffalione, and the results are now official. Falconet, a 3-year-old Uncle Mo filly, out of Bird at the Wire by Summer Bird, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed good, 1 minute 46.29 seconds. The results are official for Keeneland's 7th race, 9-3-2-7, the official results. And the trophy presentation for the Morgan's Ford to the connections of Falconet. Keeneland's featured 8th race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 15 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, the jockey for part of entry, number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. Again, the jockey for part of entry, number 1, Palace Athene, Gerardo Corrales. 9th and final race, scratch number 1, another Manic Monday. That's the 9th and final race, scratch number 1, another Manic Monday. Overweight, number 6, Pistol, jockey 3 pounds over. Again, overweight, number 6, Pistol, jockey 3 pounds over.
Eighth and featured race on this Thursday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse is less than 16 minutes from now. Second level allowance condition at 1.5 miles on the turf course. There's Disappearing Act coming in from Southern California, the number 3 horse, daughter of Magician for Richard Baltus. Flavian Pratt gets to ride her back. He rode her in the Grade 3 Astra last time out, where she had the lead at the top of the stretch after setting a slow pace and was run down by the filly that is in the best form as far as longer distance turf races in the West Coast, Neige Blanche. So don't hold that against her. I think that she'll be able to bounce back here today with the dip down in class. Gabby, this is a good group, but there is no Neige Blanche in race 8 today at Keeneland.
It is a good group, and this mare, she does look really good in the paddock. Her last race, I thought, was surprisingly good. I mean, she had gone distance of ground before in the past. I kind of always thought that she was better maybe at 1 1/8 miles. That was her sweet spot, but her last race was good, and as you mentioned, losing to a very accomplished mare in her own right.
Gladys, the number 8 horse, you've got this one on top, this filly on top, I should say, for owner Dee Dee McGee and Kelsey Danner, the trainer. She's a full sister to Rachel Alexandra, the filly that we were so captivated by with her run as a 3-year-old, winning the Preakness Stakes, beat the boys in Graded Stakes Company up at Saratoga as well. And this is a nice filly. She comes out of a tough group in the Hillsborough at Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, they went really fast that day. I tried to compare the time to other races that went 1 1/8 miles on the turf. There were no other 1 1/8 miles turf races that day, but there were mile races, and she went faster in the opening quarter and the half, comparable to the mile races that day. You just can't go that fast and sustain, especially on a turf with moisture in it. The turf was playing a little bit on the slower side, so those early fractions were significant. The key to her at this distance is to get her to relax, though, Scott. If she goes really fast on the front end, there's no way she's going to be able to last in the late stages of the race. But the talent is there. She just has to learn to control the speed, and when she does, she could probably pull off a race like this at 3-1.
And wouldn't it be fair to say that the post position's working against her to try to get her to relax? Because doesn't she need to get over, crossover before they enter that first turn? Because keep in mind, they start on the backstretch, and there's a pretty quick run up into that first of 3 turns.
I guess. I mean, you don't want to really ask her and then her take a hold of the bridle and then be too keen going into the first turn. But if she breaks well and she finds herself in a front forward position, I wouldn't say it's, the worst post position. I don't really think post 8 in a 1.5 mile race is too discouraging, Scott. At least it didn't discourage me.
Go Big Blue Nation, the number 6. She is 7-2 right now. A Keeneland January sales graduate from the past sale, just this past January. $225,000 is what she went for. She hasn't raced in 5 months. I think that's the concern, but obviously this is a nice filly. Her last win came down at Del Mar when they went just shy of 1.5 miles. She won going 1 mile 3/8.
The class is there. She is the class of the field. The question is she going to be ready off of that lengthy layoff? Graham Motion and Larry Johnson, they purchased this mare out of the Keeneland January sale for $225. They purchased her for a racing or a brood mare prospect. Larry Johnson has a farm in Virginia. He has a lot of nice brood mares, and he even has some stallion prospects too. So I think he's just trying to get, a couple of wins out of her and then have her go on to the next stage of her career as a brood mare. So this is probably just the first start in hopefully a successful season, Scott.
And we'll round it out with the 4. That's Flanagan's Cove. She is the 3rd choice right now in the wagering, sitting at 3-1. Another one that hasn't raced in some time. She comes back off the 4-month layoff, but we see a lot of connections do this, come in to Keeneland off of layoffs because there's no turf racing options outside of shipping down to Florida. They freshen their horses up. They come in. They're typically fit because you have to be to win here at Keeneland, and I would imagine that's going to be the case with this daughter of Kitten's Joy.
Yes, and physically she definitely looks like she could run all day. She just has the physique of kind of an aerodynamic, very lean, long type of filly that could just keep on running all day. That's what I see from her, and she looks like she's well prepared. She looks like she's very fit coming in off the layoff. And her last, if you look at her 3-year-old season, Scott, I think it's very encouraging that she continued to develop, she continued to improve in her 3-year-old season, so that could put her on tap for a good start in her 4-year-old debut.
This is a very tightly matched bunch. Looking forward to seeing these fillies sort themselves out over the course of the 1.5 mile distance on the turf course We're less than 11 minutes away from post time. The feature's next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Shamrock Glen. Allowance for fillies and mares aged 4 and up, 1.5 miles over the turf. Listed good, rail at 15 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, the jockey for part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, is Gerardo Corrales. Part of entry number 1, Palace Athene, jockey Gerardo Corrales. 7 minutes to post.
Here's a look at Disappearing Act, the daughter of Magician, Breeders' Cup Turf winner. Magician did so at the same 1.5 mile distance, so the pedigree there has moved on to this filly. And I just wanted to go to her because I think when you look at these longer distance type runners, and especially on turf, you don't necessarily need a very big horse. I mean, she's a filly that looks like more of a gazelle than anything. She's not got a ton of size to her, but these types tend to have a bit more stamina, it seems, and obviously she has that. So Disappearing Act for BHMFR LLC, a homebred who is already graded stakes place. The lovely looking filly, 3-1, my top selection. I like the way that she's acting out there as well. Go Big Green, another one that fits that kind of profile as far as a build. She has not been asked to go this far, but we'll see how she handles it. She definitely has good enough form to legitimize the opportunity to run here today. That last race would be the disappointment, but prior to that, she'd had run some good races. So Go Big Green for Joe Politti and Tom Amos. If you're looking for a price, 23-1, just like the way that she physically stacks up to these runners at this 1.5 mile distance. And then Fate of Ophelia is a filly that was purchased out of the Keeneland November sale last year and moved over to the Brendan Walsh barn. She was second in her first start for the New Connections and then ran 7th on the synthetic track at 1 1/8 miles. I think that there's some upside for her getting back onto the turf course. And as far as the numbers that I've got in front of me, it says that she's improved since her races last year. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here today at odds of 9-1, but certainly this is a jump up in class for the number 7 horse. And then Ya Beauty, the number 1A, part of the entry, this one for Jerry Jamagachian. This mare is entered in the upcoming Keeneland April sale next Friday after the races. She's cataloged late in the sale, hip number 92, consigned by Vinery Sales. She comes off of a series of good races at Turfway on the synthetic. As far as the turf form, she has yet to win on the grass. She has tried this trip in the past, last April. In fact, almost a year ago, they ran her at 1.5 miles on a good listed turf course as well, but maybe she's gotten better since then. And again, she'll be offered in the Keeneland April sale next Friday after the races. She's hip number 92, consigned by Vinery Sales. This is the featured event, race 8, and we're less than 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 8th, the Shamrock Glen. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Disappearing Act out for the early lead. Pallas Athene was off a couple of steps slowly and drops out to the back of the pack. In the meantime, Go Big Green swings on by to take the lead and gets over to the rail. Gladys moves up into the second position. Disappearing Act is content to settle back into third against the rail. Back up front, though, Gladys is determined to move on and have the lead, so Gladys now takes over, leads it by 2 lengths as they move around that far turn for the first time. Go Big Green is second by 5. Disappearing Act is third by a length and a half. Go Big Blue Nation fourth in between horses. Ya Beauty moves up to the far outside in the 5th position. Flanagan's Cove back toward the inside is 6th. Fado Ophelia between horses is 7th. Tweety Show is 8th. And Pallas Athene, after that slow start, has caught up to the field, moves up 1 spot from last. 24.69 seconds for the opening quarter, still with 1 circuit to go here. Back up front, here comes Ya Beauty, edging closer to the leader, Gladys, who got the opening half mile in 50.74 seconds. Gladys to the inside, Ya Beauty to the outside, a length separating the top 2. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Go Big Green, who stays a lane off the rail in third. Disappearing Act is down toward the inside in the 4th position, 4th by 3/4 of a length. Go Big Blue Nation, 5th up on the outside of that one. Then Flanagan's Cove, followed by Fate of Ophelia, and then Pallas Athene, who's next to last on the outside, and Tweety Show is the trailer for the move up the back stretch. Back up at the front of the field, it is Gladys who continues to show the way. 6 furlongs, 115.29. Gladys is the leader by a length. Ya Beauty is second by 3. Go Big Green third on the outside. Disappearing Act is 4th against the rail, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead, though. Go Big Blue Nation next up on the outside. Flanagan's Cove is still down toward the rail, 6 lengths from the front as they head on to the far turn, and Gladys continues to show the way. Gladys leads it by 2 lengths. Now Disappearing Act is moving up the rail into the 2nd position from Ya Beauty. Go Big Green swings 3 wide up to 3rd and is still 4 lengths from the front. Flanagan's Cove is working against the rail and is in the 4th position, still 5 lengths from the lead. A 1/4 mile to go. Gladys with Disappearing Act coming after her to the outside. Flanagan's Cove is now 3rd. Go Big Green, then Fate of Ophelia. Disappearing Act right alongside of Gladys. A late charge from Tweety Show out in the center of the course. Disappearing Act, though, has the lead in deep stretch. It's a scramble behind her. Disappearing Act is on top. Fate of Ophelia is running late from the outside. Disappearing Act, Flavian Pratt, no catching them. Disappearing Act has won today's feature.
What a nice filly this is. Disappearing Act adapting to the scenario out in front of her. She sat closer in her last race at Santa Anita, but today she took the cues from Flavian Pratt, tracked in 3rd down on the inside, and she quickened nicely down the stretch.
She really did. You mentioned the really good race that she was coming out of, setting her up perfectly for this event. And it is going to be close for second here. We'll take another look, but definitely no doubt about the winner in the end, Scott. I mean, she was much the best.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 3, Disappearing Act was first. Number 4, Flanagan's Cove was second. Number 7, Fate of Ophelia third. And number 2, Tweety Show was fourth. 3472 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Shamrock Glen, the unofficial winner. Number 3, Disappearing Act, owned and bred in Kentucky by BHMFR LLC of Anita Nesser, the trainer Richard Baltus, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Disappearing Act, a 5-year-old daughter of Magician, out of Felicidades by Congrats. 2 minutes, 29.4 seconds the time for the mile and a half over the turf. Listed good. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the feature, the Shamrock Glen, to the connections of Disappearing Act. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 3472, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 1, another Manic Monday. Again, scratch the 1, another Manic Monday. Overweight, the 6 pistol, 3 pounds over. Number 6 pistol, the jockey, 3 pounds over.
This is the 9th and final here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll round things out with a 6 furlongs sprint. And these are fillies and mares 3 and up. Maiden $20,000 tag. Don't forget the Toyota Super High 5 wager is available here in race number 9, the nightcap, as it is each and every race day in the final race. We go to the number 6 horse to begin. That is Pistol for Michael McCarthy. 7-1 right now. Big price on the board as she hopes to do a bit better than she did up at Mahoning Valley when against Maiden Special Weight Company. I think that she can win this race, Gabby. I don't know that she's going to have to be much better, really, than what she was last time out. And hopefully she can build off of that. And I like the fact that they get the weight break. That's a big aspect. She is carrying 14 pounds less than a lot of these horses in here, including the number 2 horse, who is the favorite at 7-2. Actually, the 12 on the outside, who is carrying 125
I
as
think
well.
she's 3 pounds over, though.
She's 3 pounds over, you're correct. But still, she gets in light, gets Renee Diaz, and hopefully can carry that speed as you smirk at my analysis of this nightcap here at Keeneland.
Speed is dangerous, and weight, so that's actually, I feel like the weight argument is just as bad as the gallop out argument, right? Some people think it's significant, some people don't. It's like polar opposites. But you do.
I think so, especially when you're getting in with a speed horse in this kind of a race.
Okay. I think my horse will run with her on the front end.
Okay.
The 2, Watermark. And we'll take a look at her here. As she draws the rail, she gets Gerardo Corrales, who is an aggressive rider. She showed speed last time out. She showed speed the time before. I think she goes and tries to wire the field in here. But look, to be honest, the other 2 fillies in here that could potentially go with her, Queen Cordelia, the 4, and the 6, Pistol. So are we looking at a situation where we see, a 3-way, 3 horses vying for that front-running position today?
We'll find out. Queen Cordelia also could sit close to the pace. That's the number 4 horse at 13-1. She's my second choice, as she'll try dirt for just the second time in her career. The Keeneland September sales graduate, daughter of American Pharaoh, Ontario-bred filly, is Queen Cordelia, as we'll round it out with the number 9 horse. That is Hot Anna, the daughter of Fast Anna for Kenny McPeak, back on dirt for the first time since a Saratoga race last summer.
She could really like the setup. That, the more I look at this race, Scott, it looks like it's going to be a fast and contentious pace, and she is a closer. And this group is much easier than what she faced when she was last on the dirt, a high-level maiden claimer race at Saratoga. This is also her second race. Oh.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race. Maidens, fillies, and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 1, another Manic Monday. Again, scratch the 1, another Manic Monday. Overweight, the 6 Pistol, the jockey 3 pounds over. 7 minutes to post.
Taking a look at these horses warming up on the track for the 9th and final, the Toyota Super High 5 race. There is the 2-horse Watermark, a filly by McLean's Music. I have a feeling she got this name by the mark that she's got on her hind end, if you'll see it on the offside. I don't know if you caught that when she came out, Gabby. She's got a darker spot on her hind end, and I'm guessing that's where they came up with the name Watermark.
Yeah, you're right. That was something that I noticed as well, just a little bit of a discoloration in her coat. It's a darker area, as you mentioned, in her hindquarters. But I like her. She looks like a very strong, quick filly. It was unfortunate that she couldn't quite get the job done last time out, but that was against tougher company at Turfway. Just looking at her, there we go. There's a Watermark. She's going to be quick out of the gate. I think she needs to be from that rail post, but I think she looks good.
Thought the 11 looked good, too, out of the silence. Learned long ago you can never judge a horse by just one race. She didn't run that well at Turfway Park on the synthetic, but she moves over to the dirt. She's got the dirt pedigree. She's a daughter of Unified, so perhaps today will unlock a little bit more from her in the afternoon than what we saw from her in the only start. She's a big price. She's 47-1.
She is definitely high energy here on the track. As you mentioned, she did show a little bit of speed in her first start and then faded. I would rather a horse show speed and then stop than not really pick up their feet at all, just because it does a little bit more for them in terms of fitness. But she is a filly that is high-spirited.
And then Shady on the outside, 7-2. At one point was, I believe, might have been favored. She's a first-time starter, getting plenty of attention in this race. So we'll see how she handles it. Eddie Keneally, 12% with his first-time starters. That's the trainer. And Luis Saez, I'm sure, swaying a lot of folks' opinions when it comes to this filly here today on debut.
Yeah, when you look at the past performances of some of these contenders, Scott, I think you and I both agree that I don't know if it takes too much to win here at first asking, and Eddie Keneally can definitely prepare a horse to win in their first start against the maiden claiming company. So 7-2 right now. Shady, she just has a tough post position to work out from.
So the nightcap, less than 4 minutes to post. We'll leave you with a look at the number 9 horse. That is Hot Anna for Kenny McPeak. Just click down to 2-1, so taking some late play here to make her the favorite.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. Out of the silence for the lead. Hot Anna there in the opening strides. Queen Cordelia is also up close to the pace. Here's Watermark. Backyard Hen also right there down to the inside. Watermark moves up the rail. Has the lead. Pistol comes out of a crowd to second. Queen Cordelia goes in third. Backyard Hen is fourth down toward the inside. Out of the silence is now fifth on the outside. Hot Anna outward from the rail in sixth. 5 lengths off the lead. As they enter the far turn, Super Surge is seventh back toward the inside. Leaves the inside lane open, though, as Kiss Theory moves by from the 8th position. Further back, Shady is in ninth. A break of 7 more lengths. I'm Stylin'. Dogwood's Becca at the back. It was 22.62 seconds for the opening quarter. Watermark chased by Pistol around the far turn. They go 1-2, separated by less than a length. A gap of 3 more lengths to Queen Cordelia third. Hot Anna is fourth up on the outside and is trying to take aim on the leaders, but Watermark has the lead by a neck. Pistol, Queen Cordelia, Hot Anna far outside. This foursome moving by the 8th pole. Pistol right alongside of Watermark. They go at it for the lead. Hot Anna still third. Queen Cordelia fourth. Pistol has a narrow lead at the 16th pole. Chased all the way by Hot Anna second. Pistol, Hot Anna 1-2 down to the line. Pistol, Renee Diaz 2 wins today. Pistol wins it from Hot Anna across the line in second. Watermark was home third. Then Queen Cordelia in fourth and Kiss Theory fifth.
Pistol got to sit off the pace. Watermark, the number 2 horse, was out there in front, and she settled and then responded here today. Renee Diaz, nice afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Congratulations to the Eclipse Thoroughbred partners.
Watermark setting the pace early, and this filly just having a perfect stalking trip and getting up for the victory as we see the number 9, Hot Anna, the favorite, the post-time favorite actually, at 5-2, just finishing second. It's the number 6, Pistol, at 5-1 for the 9th and final race this afternoon.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 6, Pistol, finished first. Number 9, Hot Anna, was second. Number 2, Watermark, third. Number 4, Queen Cordelia, was fourth. And number 8, Kiss Theory, fifth. 6-9-2-4-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, unofficial winner number 6, Pistol. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination, Eclipse Thoroughbred partners of Aaron Wellman, Michael McCarthy, Renee Diaz. Pistol, 3-year-old filly by Gunrunner out of Wild About Tiffany by Wildcat Air, bred in Kentucky by Clear Sky Farms. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed good, 1 minute 12.74 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 9th race official. 6-9-2-4-8. The official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 as race 9 brings live racing to a close for the day. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.